Tu peux m'activer des pupitres, Dani, s'il te plaît? Test.
Good morning and a very warm welcome to this Copernicus Horizon 2035 conference. And I will say it in French too. Un immense bienvenue.
And now in French, welcome to this conference of the French presidency of the Council of the European Union.
A bit of information you really need to know before everything else, and that is language. This conference will be held in both languages, French and English. And there's translation available, which you at home find at the swap card menu. It's somewhere up there. So really, if you don't feel at ease in one of those languages, don't hesitate to use the live translation. Just select the language of your choice. Also, because we, the moderators, will occasionally be switching between both languages, and that is important to know for the translators too. Now, speaking of us, I am Olaf Bruns, and together with my colleague Sophie Voinis, we have the honor and really the pleasure to guide you through these two very densely packed days. Now, Sophie, I think you have a few words on the background of the conference.
Indeed, Olaf. Ladies and gentlemen, good morning. It's an honor to moderate this event with you, Olaf, today. A little bit of context. Following the implementation of Copernicus 2.0 in 2021, this event aims to outline the future of Copernicus and its services and to identify resources and innovations for its applications, highlighting the potential benefits of combining Copernicus data with digital technologies. It is then a true momentum that we're living today that will present the Copernicus component of the EU space program and its achievements and highlight future goals and opportunities. So throughout these 2 days, inspirational talks, keynote speeches, interactive roundtables will nourish these 2 days major events. And of course, the European Commission, the European Space Agency, ESA, and the member states of the European Union will participate in the forum and the colloquium. Olaf, I think you have more technical details to give us.
Yeah, actually only two. And one is a reminder of what I already said. Really don't hesitate to use the translation. And the other is Slido. Now, you probably know the interactive tool for this sort of online conferences. There is a Slido open. You can access via the swap card menu. And there will be several sessions where we will try, at least timing allowing, to take questions at the end of the roundtable. But we will announce them also at the beginning of each roundtable, where we then at the end will try to take questions. So don't worry about that. But there's another function in Slido, which is that, well, on one side, there will be occasionally polls held so you can answer to them. And there is, I think, on screen at every now and then, the access code, the QR code. But also, you can submit proposals via Slido. And don't really hesitate to do this. All these proposals will be carefully read and taken into account if everything goes well. Now, that's really translation and Slido is the two technical things you need to know to go through these 2 days. And for a little bit more on what is expected today.
What's ahead?
Sophie.
Absolutely, Olaf. Well, we're going to open our conference today addressing the main pillars of Copernicus, the Green Deal and the digital transition, but we'll also leave the floor to the Copernicus User Forum, which is a crucial point. And we'll have the honor, of course, of welcoming the French President, Monsieur Emmanuel Macron, at 2:30 this afternoon. But now back to you, Olaf, for the kickoff welcoming speeches.
And indeed, we're already ready for the opening session, which are not us, but the welcome speeches. And starting with Frédéric Vidal, the Minister of Higher Education, Research and Innovation of France for the French presidency of the European Council, who will be, just to give you a light ahead, followed by Thierry Breton, the EU Commissioner for the Internal Market, and Joseph Aschbach, the Director General of the European Space Agency. Donc, sans perdre du temps, l'honneur d'ouvrir.
So with no further ado, to launch this Copernicus 2035 event, the floor is to Frédéric Vidal, who's joining us from Paris. Over to you.
Merci beaucoup.
Thank you very much, dear Commissioner, dear Thierry, dear Managing Director of ESA, Director Generals, ladies and gentlemen. It is for me a great pleasure for me to open Copernicus Horizons 2035 this morning on behalf of the French presidency of the Council of the European Union. I would like to warmly thank all of the speakers for taking part, as well as all the participants who have connected up online. I'm sure that this moment of discussion and sharing will allow us to lay out the vision and the European ambition for the Copernicus program. Our societies are grappling with many environmental and societal challenges that know no borders, increases in average and extreme temperatures, an increase in the number of floods, fires, rising sea water levels, etc. This calls for a European response so that we can be more innovative, swift and autonomous. These ambitions are at the heart of the French presidency of the Council of the European Union and are among the priorities of the Ministry for Higher Education, Research and Innovation. Following the call of President Macron, we want a more humane and sovereign Europe. And this will only be achieved if we adapt and adjust to the changes on our planet and fight against the negative impacts that this has on nature and society at large. France and Europe need to better understand the Earth system, and in that, the Copernicus program has an immense potential. It has an enormous potential to produce observations of our planet, but also to monitor its evolution. Copernicus provides Europe with a particularly powerful, autonomous and innovative system for monitoring the environment. The program is a symbol of Europe, its strength and its progress, or its ability for progress, and it really embodies this square of knowledge, which is the center of gravity of our presidency's program, a new compact between higher education, research, innovation and society. With its 6 environmental and security monitoring services, the data collected from the European Sentinel satellites, as well as those collected by ground stations, are updated daily to provide our citizens and public decision makers with rigorous and reliable information on their environment. This is all the more crucial in a world where information is spreading more rapidly and where it is increasingly difficult to distinguish between what is true and what is not. It is in this same spirit of open science that the vast Copernicus dataset has been made freely and openly available to the general public. By opening up, the Copernicus program will serve not only society, but also science and research. Copernicus is also the epitome of a sovereign Europe that can preempt, prevent, and respond to the challenges of the 21st century. First and foremost, the climate challenge, the changes that whose changes can already be observed by our satellites from space. Copernicus monitors the level of the oceans, the evolution of forest areas, and the quality of the air. And these services have an impact well beyond our European borders, since they contribute to more than half of the essential climate variables used by the IPCC to measure climate change. The challenges of security and crisis management are also significant. Copernicus responds by providing Europe with autonomous access to precise monitoring of natural disasters, ocean surveillance services, and border surveillance services. Europe has a formidable tool to ensure and guarantee its sovereignty. Above all, Copernicus is the illustration of European success and European cooperation. Thanks to teams of talented researchers and engineers, Europe can be very proud to have at its disposal the largest provider of environmental data and information in the world. This is where the excellence of European scientific research comes into its own. Without this, there would be no success. The deep convictions of the signatories of the Baveno Manifesto in 1998 allowed for the creation of Copernicus. At the time, very few people took climate change seriously. But in spite of this, European research allowed us to be pioneers and to offer unique environmental monitoring services. France was already there as a signatory of the Baveno Manifesto, and then made a major contribution to the development of the marine environment, atmosphere and climate change services, as well as Sentinels 2 and 3, and more recently, Sentinel 6. And I would like to take this opportunity to highlight the real success of the latest launch of the Copernicus Sentinel 6A satellite in November 2020, which illustrates the talents of our French and European researchers and engineers. Today, each of the program's tools reflects close European collaboration in the research sector between men and women who, together, are working on the challenges of Europe going forward. I would also like to highlight two challenges for the future, that of the green transition and that of the digital transition, which is a real source for innovation and solution to bolster European resilience to environmental issues. And I'm very proud to highlight once again that research programs that are very ambitious have been launched. On the climate side, for example, the CO2 project launched last year is currently establishing a whole new range of Copernicus services that are entirely dedicated to measuring CO2 emissions on our planet. For the digital side, through the Destination Earth initiative, Europe has set itself the objective of supporting the processing of massive data and artificial intelligence to complete the models that will allow us to predict the consequences of climate change on the Earth system and the creation of a digital twin of our planet. On its own, a state cannot carry out such projects, but by working together, the European Commission, the EU member states, delegated bodies, large companies, startups, but above all, talented researchers and engineers, we are able to prepare for the challenges of the future. And tomorrow, there will be new generations, new talents who will take on these challenges. This is why it's very important to include young Europeans to share science and knowledge with as many people as possible. And it's through these moments of discussion and exchange that innovative solutions can come to the fore. This is why I'm delighted to be with you today to prepare together the future of Copernicus. Let us hope once again that, as in Baveno 25 years ago, our expert scientists will rise to the challenge and that research will point us in the right direction. This conference is an opportunity for all of us to discuss, particularly in relation to climate change and its consequences, in order to anticipate the possible futures of the program. Finally, my vision of Copernicus for 2035 is that this program must, first of all, respond to the issues of climate change, a major challenge for our societies. To this end, I would like to emphasize what I consider to be two major priorities for the program's development. First of all, research to improve services and to harness all the benefits of the digital transition. And we also need to diversify the data produced by Copernicus. The core centered on the Sentinel satellites and their new generations would then be enriched by the use of contributing missions and by the new constellations resulting from the new space. We need to make sure that Copernicus remains a program of excellence and a great support to research. Thank you very much. Well, thank you very much to you, Minister.
Monsieur Thierry Breton, Commissioner for International Market at the European Commission, if you want to. Thank you.
Bien.
Well, Madam Minister, dear Madam Minister, I'm really happy to see you remotely. Mr. Director General of ESA, dear Joseph, ladies and gentlemen, above all, I would say dear friends of the Copernicus program and the whole space ecosystem. I first of all would like to say how glad I am as a European Commissioner in charge of space to be here with you today on the invitation of the French presidency of the European Union in Toulouse, which is sort of the European capital of space, in order to talk about the future of Copernicus, of course, with the presence of all member states and the very wide community of Copernicus users. In this respect, I would like to share with you all of the thoughts which I think are necessary for us to move ahead together in order to talk about the future of Copernicus. As we all know here, probably better than most, Europe is amongst the very big space powers. In Europe, I'm not going to repeat it, but in Europe we have many talents and scientific skills. The minister recalled it a minute ago. We have an extraordinary research ecosystem which is envied by the whole world. Industry as well, made up of very large but also less large companies, startups, which now give life to the European new space. And you know how strongly I care about this new space. Europe, with its status as a space power, has two major constellations, flagship infrastructures, Galileo, of course, and Copernicus. Each of them in their area has proven obvious leadership in order to be considered as, for each of them, as being global leaders. You've come here to testify to it. Copernicus, of course, is an exceedingly well-liked program by its users, based on which we've developed a very wide range of services. But of course, we're also here to look to the future. And the future is not just being satisfied with the past, although the past allows us to be more demanding regarding what we want to do with the future. And we are truly demanding. And that will come as no surprise to you, but I will talk about the demands that I have for this program. Because let's be quite honest, Copernicus is facing major challenges, and in a way, it needs to reinvent itself in order to address tomorrow's challenges. Let's be candid once again. We're not going to challenge the added value of Copernicus. As the minister recalled, it is beyond proof. We need a sovereign infrastructure for Earth observation and be autonomous in our ability to diagnose the ills of the planet, but also in all the associated services, in particular around public missions. But Earth observation is, above all, as we know, as the minister said, a matter of data management. And Copernicus should not just be a space constellation, a traditional one, but it should become, in a way, a true digital infrastructure at the very heart of the digital transformation of Europe. Because, in a way, faced with very strong pressure from the market, especially new space players and the developments in technology and changing needs in a new geostrategic context, I think that it's really the right time, today and tomorrow in particular, to think about the second generation of Copernicus. A generation that should mean, and I'll say that frankly, more responsiveness to new needs and more frequency in Earth coverage, and also adapting to the new low Earth orbit constellations, as the minister said. My first priority is to massively integrate digitalization in Copernicus. That should become, as I said, a digital system before a space system. Copernicus produces petabytes of data to be used. But I think that we haven't yet fully understood what that means. That leads to the data being underutilized, and that curtails the development of potential applications, which are, however, huge. That's why I wish for us to change paradigms. That goes via the development of satellites with automated processing capacity in orbit. Also, of course, we need to develop very high performance, very powerful semiconductors that are hardened against electromagnetic interference. And in other words, you know everything that we're doing on semiconductors, and I have big hopes on the FDSEI technology that was developed in Grenoble by CEA and ITI that will allow us to have components that address these challenges. We also need to move towards reprogrammable satellites that will address requirements that will constantly change, as we know. And I know that industry is making fast progress on that. And on the ground, we need to develop processing and distribution capabilities for data that rely, of course, on artificial intelligence, thanks to supercomputers, but also we need to get ownership of uses of quantum technology in order to prepare ourselves to process massive data, big data. The initiatives launched recently are a first step. They open up Copernicus to new data processing technologies like high-performance computing and artificial intelligence. The other need is to confirm Copernicus as the essential instrument in the implementation of the Green Deal, as the minister referred to. Copernicus services with the various onboard technologies of the Sentinels contribute to the surveillance of deforestation, pollution, of course, of rising ocean levels that were much talked about in Brest a few days ago, or also extreme weather phenomena, which unfortunately are more and more frequent on the planet, as we know. So we need to go further. There are expectations on us. First of all, in terms of surveillance, monitoring of CO2 emissions, which is at the core of the goals of COP28. But the reason for which we've secured the development of the CO2 mission until 2026 is that we can no longer wait. The Union will therefore be a leader to manage the international contribution to the changes in carbon inventories by 2028 and the other extension missions. We know the budget situation, which is complicated, that we're facing, and that's our daily bread. I mean, anyway, it is important for us with ESA to constantly find a way to help these missions last over time, and given the extremely good cooperation that we have, I have no doubts that we'll achieve it. I care very strongly about that because it will allow us to promote not only the technologies developed by our industry, but also to address our environmental and climate goals. And I also wish for us to start thinking about the integration once again, and I'll say that again, it is very important, the integration of quantum technologies around our space missions for quantum gravimetry. Before 2030, we have everything we need for that in Europe, and that will be a major issue. My third priority is to put Copernicus, to harness Copernicus for a resilient Europe. Emergency and security systems for Copernicus have already proven their effectiveness in responding to crises, and in particular with natural disasters. Based on these experiences, I wish for us to start thinking about designing Copernicus government services devoted to a more resilient Europe, with first avenues as early as the end of this year. Such services will be able to address the needs of government users as part of sensitive operations when it comes to security, and I know that this can be quite sensitive, it's a major issue. Also in terms of defense, such services would flesh out the observation capabilities of some member states and will offer geo-intelligent, geo-smart capabilities to all member states. It could also rely on an additional range of specific sensors, allowing to offer services in all weathers, day and night, and that could also benefit from synergies with new constellations in low Earth orbit, and you'll know we'll talk about it, and that will with more recurrence and more revisit time that not all member states have now. So to do that, of course, we need to think about specific governance, sort of secure chambers, secure room in the program, have a sovereign part of the infrastructure and specific policy. This is an ambitious goal, but it's necessary in the current geopolitical context that is unfortunately going to last, I fear. This is also a taboo that we're bringing down. I'm aware of that, but I think that we can no longer avoid this matter. To move towards this strategy, of course, as we've been doing for years, we need to find breakthroughs, but to also be agile. By 2035, Copernicus will need to rely on a hybrid architecture, that will integrate three elements: the Sentinels, of course, extension missions, and also additional capabilities from new space. Because I'll say that again, I really wish for us to fully involve all the new space startups in this respect in order to leverage their vision, but also their talents, their creativity, and their energy. In this respect, as I've done to prepare the new constellation, a secure and collective constellation, will start a new space study on future Copernicus evolutions. Moreover, we're going to stimulate this ecosystem via innovative approaches in terms of public procurement. We already have over 400 million euros earmarked by 2025 for the procurement of data and services from new space, and that will allow us to extend our cooperation with these new emerging players. Madam Minister, ladies and gentlemen, this is in a nutshell what I wanted to say to introduce this major day. These are just a few avenues that I've sketched out before you for an ambitious future for Copernicus, but this is only the beginning of a process that will, of course, be inclusive with all member states, with industry, with the satellite, the user community, and all the spacecraft around Copernicus and users. In this spirit, the Commission will put forward shortly a roadmap on operationalizing this ambition in close cooperation, of course, with member states and with ESA, dear Joseph. I sincerely think that we have a unique opportunity to strengthen Copernicus as a global leadership instrument in Europe for digital space data and the Green Deal and for greater resilience. Thank you very much, and I wish you a very successful and exciting day. Thierry Breton, European Commissioner for the Internal Market. Thank you very much for this great and ambitious roadmap for Copernicus, I imagine, with a view towards 2035.
Pleasure to introduce Josef Aschbacher, the Director General of the European Space Agency. And as we're hopping between languages, I allow myself a few words in German. Ein großes Willkommen, Herr Generaldirektor. A very warm welcome. The floor is yours.
So thank you very much, Olaf, also for the warm welcome in 3 different languages. Madame le Ministre, dear Thierry, dear Philippe Baptiste, Florence Rabier, Phil Evans, and many of the friends of Copernicus which are here in this room. And I'm really happy to be here because this is such an important event, but I also see so many people who have made Copernicus a success over more than 20 years are here in this room. And I really see some very familiar faces who have been shaping Copernicus in the early days, Valère, but also on the services side, I see Mauro, I see Pierre and many others, and of course my colleagues in ESA who have really made this possible. And I think today we should celebrate the success we have today, but also look into the future. And this is something very important that we have to do. As you know, Copernicus is really close to my heart, and I have been very honored and very privileged to help shaping Copernicus for some years. But also, the topic of today is Copernicus 2035, and 2035 is looking into the future. It also happens to be the year into which I look in Agenda 2025 of the European Space Agency. Today, Copernicus is the world's gold standard. And this is really what I mean, and this is really true. Because Copernicus provides, as Thierry was already explaining before, the most comprehensive set of data and observations of our planet. We, Europe, have created this world-leading program. We are the gold standard. We have made it a European success story, and Copernicus is also a model of cooperation between the key institutions in Europe that are working in this domain. It is, of course, the European Commission as the leader of the program. It is ESA, who has been developing the space component and operating parts of it, but also many other partners, EUMETSAT, and many working in the services. And this really is something where Europe can be very proud of, because we have made this all together. With the 2015 Paris Agreement, Europe has clearly set a very ambitious agenda of climate change. And Europe aims at being the first carbon neutral continent by 2050, and this is very ambitious. But we can support this ambition through Copernicus. The European Space Agency has been entrusted to manage the Copernicus space component, and it has designed, built, successfully launched so far 8 satellites, and several others are in place to be launched soon. The Copernicus Sentinel missions do provide information on the state of and the health of our planet. We are taking the pulse of our planet. As Commissioner Thierry Breton has already mentioned, we are having 500,000 of users that are registered on the Sentinel Open Data Access Hub. More than 413 petabytes of data have been downloaded so far, and every single day we are disseminating through the Copernicus system 400 terabytes of data to every user worldwide. And this is only the tip of the iceberg, because as you know, there's a further onward distribution. But we are here today to look back, to learn how to look forward. ESA will continue to develop cutting-edge satellite missions to address new acquisitions, but ESA will also increasingly rely on the private sector. Again, something that Thierry was underlining, very important, because the private sector has matured, and we can act as an anchor customer to buy services from this private sector. But ESA has always been breaking ground in innovation, and I will ensure that ESA offers the best solution for Copernicus, also for Copernicus 2035. But also, we must ensure continuity of data and services to monitor and understand climate change over the decades. We still have some challenges ahead in Copernicus. This is not all happy and golden, even if we are establishing the gold standard. We still have to look into some of the financial aspects, and I'm very glad to report to you that the European Commission and ESA, together with our respective member states, have made huge progress just in the last couple of days to make progress to allow that all the 6 Sentinel missions of the new generation will be on the table and will be developed. We have bought some time until 2024 in order to really acquire this funding. It is also important that all the member states are on board in this prospect, and then that we can make the decision in the future. And I really would like to thank the teams, first of all Thierry himself and his team, but also our colleagues and the member states, that we have come to this compromise, which has yet to be formally adopted through the ESA Council on our side and the Commission mechanism. But I think we are on a very good track to have a stable future, at least for the next decade of Copernicus. So really thank you from my heart for this achievement and this constructive spirit on all sides. But Copernicus is also, from our side, a very important element, at least of 2 of the accelerators which ESA is proposing in the next phase, which will be discussed later on the Space Summit today. Because the accelerators on the green future, the accelerator on rapid and resilient response, will rely on Copernicus as a key data source. So for Copernicus 2035, we need the next generation, and we need to continue long-term monitoring of the causes and impacts of climate change. Ladies and gentlemen, this conference comes very timely to discuss the future of this success of the program at a time when the space sector is seeing a massive transformation. With Copernicus, we have provided a fertile ground for private industry to successfully develop many innovative operational services, and we now need to intensify the role of the commercial sector and bring industry fully on board. We must focus on innovation for Copernicus 2035 in order to retain Copernicus as the prime tool to address the largest challenge of humankind, climate change. Let me thank the French presidency, the Commission, the member states, for having organized this event here, and I'm really looking forward to the results. I can assure you that ESA is at your full disposal to support the evolution of Copernicus. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Thank you very much, Mr. Aschbacher. Dankeschön. Let's move now to our second session, Copernicus, Pillar of the Green and Digital Transition.
What started as a European initiative for the implementation of information services dealing with environment and security has grown to become the most ambitious and successful Earth observation program in the world. Copernicus is generating tens of thousands of jobs and enormous socio-economic benefits, up to 130 billion euros between 2017 and 2035. Its history starts in 1998, when a group of experts signed the Bovino Manifesto, the Global Monitoring for Environment and Security Program, or GMES, was born to deliver security of environment and citizens in Europe. GMES developed over the years and has become a major Earth monitoring system worldwide. The Sentinel family of satellites would soon provide crucial data to Europe and the world on a free and open basis, while research programs developed first services in parallel. In 2012, GMES was renamed Copernicus to pay homage to the European Renaissance astronomer who revolutionized our understanding of the Earth's dynamics. 2 years later, in 2014, the Sentinel-1A radar satellite was launched, marking a milestone in Copernicus's development. Over the following 4 years, 7 state-of-the-art satellites were launched, with several more to go into orbit over the next decade to complete and maintain the 6 families of Sentinels. Sentinel-1 provides all-weather, day and night radar imagery for land, emergency management and ocean applications. Sentinels 2A and 2B allow high-resolution optical imagery for land services. Sentinel-3 delivers high-accuracy optical, radar and altimetry data for marine and land monitoring services. Sentinel-4 will provide data for atmospheric composition monitoring starting in 2023. Sentinel-5 and Sentinel-5P are dedicated to atmospheric composition monitoring and provide air quality data. Sentinel-6 provides a high-accuracy altimetry for measuring global sea surface height. The wealth of data coming from these satellites is exploited and valorized by world-class thematic services for monitoring the environment, land, ocean, atmosphere and climate, as well as services to support emergency management and security operations. Since 2021, Copernicus is part of the European Union Space Programme and continues to deliver policy-ready products to a multitude of national and regional government users, the European Union, emergency managers, scientists, NGOs, and interested citizens. This includes, in particular, the development of new space-based applications, products, and services. Through free, full, and open access data to everybody, Copernicus 2 will contribute to transform EU industries and make them climate neutral, zero polluting, energy efficient, and globally competitive. It's hard to imagine what Nicolaus Copernicus would have said when seeing the scientific progress made through the program carrying his name. We believe he would be extremely happy and excited by all the opportunities flowing from the Copernicus program and its Sentinel satellites. It is in this spirit that we warmly welcome you to this live event.
And indeed, the Green Deal and digital transition are one of the main pillars given by the European Commission. Copernicus fits perfectly right into these themes and objectives. The following speakers of this session have largely contributed to Copernicus' history. They've been implicated into the success of Copernicus. Of course, they're all interest entities selected to implement the Copernicus services. Copernicus is a space program, okay, but Copernicus has also been implemented with a series of services to connecting satellites and services and satellites to the citizens and the markets, etc. So we will ask them, among other questions, their point of view on Copernicus challenges. Is Copernicus, according to you, a key asset for the green transition? It's my immense pleasure to welcome today, this morning, for this first session, Stephen Quest, Director General of the Joint Research Center of the European Commission. He's live with us this morning. Good morning, Mr. Quest. Thank you for being with us. Hans Brunix, Executive Director, EEA, the European Environment Agency, is live with us this morning too. Florence Rabier is on stage. Thank you for being here, Madame Rabier. She's Director General of the European Centre for Medium Range Weather Forecast. Phil Evans, here with us today. Thank you for being here, Director General at EUMETSAT. And Pierre Bahurel, bonjour Monsieur Bahurel, Director General at Mercator Ocean International. I want to start this conversation with Stephen Quest, so Director General at the Joint Research Center of the European Commission. The Joint Research Center has been really the source of Copernicus program back in 1998 with the Bevino Manifesto 25 years ago. Can you tell us how it all started?
Yes, well, good morning, and thanks so much for having me. Great to be with you today from the Joint Research Center. And in fact, we saw in that video just then, Copernicus is born out of science, and it was the Joint Research Center back in '98 that convened key stakeholders in Bevino, which is very close to Lac Maggiore, and right next to our biggest site of the Joint Research Center in Ispra in Italy. And it was in Bevino that this European strategy for Earth observation was born, because the colleagues got together and they produced, I think, what became a landmark outcome document. It was called the Bevino Manifesto, and it really was at the very origin of what then became the Global Monitoring for Environment and Security Initiative, and that was then in 2012 renamed to Copernicus. And so I think this initiative, right in its origins, shows that it was a dream that was shared both by scientists and by policymakers, and I think that's one of the special strengths of this whole initiative. So the idea of building this infrastructure and this expertise to really achieve this global scale coverage of Earth observation data, and to do this in a way that is useful for policy and for decision making. And so really since '98, the Joint Research Center has been working to support this dream, to provide our scientific expertise in Earth observation research, and to contribute our know-how in how to translate policy users' needs into technical Earth observation applications. So it's really been a fascinating journey. I mean, over the years, the JRC has remained very closely involved. We provide two key services under Copernicus: the Emergency Management Service and the global component of the Land Monitoring Service. And both of those really provide very rich services and support for key activities. On emergency management services, over the last decade, it's been activated more than 500 times to provide support in monitoring floods, wildfires, droughts, and so on. So really an extremely busy and highly useful service. And on the Global Land Service, here we're really providing support, for example, for the Sustainable Development Goals, where one of the key indicators for the Sustainable Development Goals actually draws directly on the services that we can provide using Copernicus. So it's been a fantastic journey, and I'm sure there's more to come. Over to you.
Yes, thank you so much. Florence Rabier, your role, your implication into the Copernicus program started way before the program. You have to grab the microphone.
Sure.
Yes.
Sorry. Yes. So I think
bring it close. There you go.
It did start long before, because we were already pioneers in climate monitoring and also in air composition modeling. And actually, we had already been leading a very large EU research project about this. In climate monitoring, what we are providing is what we call a climate reanalysis, which is a sort of cutting-edge way to provide a comprehensive state of the climate by sort of pulling gaps between Earth observations. So in a way that really prepared us quite well for running Copernicus services. But of course, we never took it for granted, and actually we were very excited about the vision of Copernicus, providing this Earth observation data at an unprecedented scale to everyone for the benefit of society. But we also very much appreciated the support of our member states, who saw the opportunity and how this could be a sort of natural extension of what we were doing. But maybe I should I'm not sure everybody knows us, so maybe to talk about the member states, it's just because ECMWF is an intergovernmental organization supported by 35 states, and we were created 50 years ago, almost 50 years ago, to push the limits of weather prediction. So we were already into this protection of life and property with the collective community of our member states. So at the time, in the 1970s, weather predictions were just accurate 1 or 2 days, ahead. And the goal, the ambition was to push it to 10 days ahead. That's why we were created. And I think the ambition paid off, because in the end, we could, as Josef Aschbacher would say, we are now the gold standard in weather modeling, and we are providing accurate forecasts up to 2 weeks ahead. So I think that's how it started, a sort of natural extension of our remit and the support of our member states, including France, of course.
Phil Evans, the Copernicus adventure started at EUMETSAT from the beginning because you have been focusing on monitoring the oceans, the atmosphere, and on the detection of climate change also.
Yes, that's right. Our remit, EUMETSAT's remit, supported by our 30 member states, is to establish a European system for meteorologically related satellite monitoring and support its exploitation. So our involvement goes back to a predecessor of mine, Tilman Moore, who was actually at the Bovino meeting in '98. But our more formal involvement didn't happen for quite some time. So that didn't happen because GMES had a long development phase, and we're an operational organisation. So our involvement started in formal involvement in 2011, when the Commission set up the initial operating programme, and we were asked to contribute. I suppose what we've tried to bring to the programme is two perspectives, really, is our expertise as an operational organisation that's providing operational satellite data to support end users, and I think that end user perspective is incredibly important. And also that we would focus on those Sentinel missions that related to our core programme, which is monitoring the ocean atmosphere and climate change. So that's when our formal involvement started. We recommended at one point to the Commission, or suggested to the Commission, quite an innovative approach, and that's that we fly some Sentinel instruments on some of our core programs, which will be coming to fruition imminently. So Sentinel-4 and Sentinel-5 will fly on MTG and METOP second generation, and MTG is due to launch at the end of this year. So that's quite I think for us it's quite a milestone in relation to Copernicus. And during that time, during the initial stages between '98 and 2011, we worked very hard to develop a good trusting relationship with the Commission, and since then, since we've been formally involved, we've built good relationships with the service providers, with the marine atmosphere and climate change services. And I think one of the many hallmarks of Copernicus is those trusted relationships and partnerships.
Pierre Bayurel, I would like to hear you now. You're Director General of Mercator Ocean International, the marine entity of Copernicus. Can you tell us a little bit of the genesis history of the implication of Mercator to Copernicus?
Yeah, good morning. So we are monitoring the ocean for the EU. So the environment of the ocean, which is the current temperature, the ice, all the green ocean that is connecting to the marine life. And this is something that has started. I mean, this is quite similar to what was explained by Florence about the weather, except that the ocean arrived a bit later. But it started with the thing that, well, the space. The satellites were ready to propose to us something that was really great to observe the ocean, and scientists were ready to use this data. So it has started as a great challenge for science to be able to transform this satellite information into something that can be really understood as the monitoring of the ocean. And then arrived Copernicus. And then arrived the fact that with Mercator, we have federated all the expert centers in Europe to start building something in common. First, it was a scientific project, and Copernicus has transformed this into an operational service. And it's a great thing because frankly, without Copernicus, there would be no operational monitoring of the ocean today in Europe, this is for sure. And also, it has impacted the activity in every member state. So it's a fantastic journey, and I just want also to explain that in addition to this ocean focus and this operational monitoring, we have started working together, these entities, to build something which is really consistent at the level of the environmental monitoring. So, Copernicus is a great framework to develop this part.
Thank you, Pierre Bayrel. Hans Brunix, you're Executive Director of the European Environment Agency, the EEA. Since 2012, the European agency has coordinated the pan-European and local components of the Copernicus Land Monitoring Service. You, at the European agency, you're both a contributor and a core user of Copernicus services. From the European environment point of view, what is the power of data and knowledge? We can't hear you. You might be mute. Still can't? Or maybe the sound is too low? You're not, we can't hear you. Can you try to speak a little bit more? No, we can't hear you, unfortunately. Well, maybe the technicians are going to help you with this little sound issue. Really sorry about that. The questions that I want to ask the whole panel now is...
I am speaking now.
We have you now. Go ahead. Sorry.
Okay, thank you. Well, we're very good at satellite technology. Luckily, the sound technology is following. So it's great to be with you. And of course, having been in Toulouse and knowing the colleagues on stage, it would have been much more pleasant to be with you, but luckily we've learned a lot under Corona that we can do it in this way as well. Yeah, what we immediately saw in the European Environment Agency from the start of the Copernicus program and the GMES precursor was the potential to indeed integrate new types of knowledge, new types of observation in the knowledge that we use to do our core job, and that is to monitor, update on the state of the environment and climate in Europe. And so we have, from the start, looked at this from a user perspective, and not only from an agency in Copenhagen, but also in how this can be connected to the member states. We've also connected to the global ambition that I think Josef Aschbacher also emphasized by being very active in the GeoGeos, Global Earth Observation System of Systems. And then, of course, we have the focus from the start on coordinating the European land monitoring component. And then what is often forgotten is that if you want to have really solid and credible Earth observation from space, you need a strong in situ component. And so we have been coordinating the in situ component of the whole program. From the start, we also, and I was very happy that Phil Evans emphasized that, I think it's really critical that one looks at this as a networked approach. So from early on, we have been networking across the whole value chain of Copernicus, you could say, from those who write the specs to those who are the end users in the policy sphere, and also connecting to ECMWF and Mercator Océan to make sure that we are working in the same direction. So for us, the core element is that it brings data that adds a lot of quality, because it's more frequent, it's scalable, you can link variety of layers to it, it's continuous, it's not interrupted by borders that are administrative borders, for example. So we see huge potential in it.
The question I want to ask the whole audience now, whoever wants to answers, but we'll start with Stephen Quest, is looking back in the mirror, what do you see? What are the lessons learned? Stephen, you want to start?
Yeah, thank you. Okay, so I think the first lesson would be the the role of science itself is crucial. So what we've seen from a joint research centre perspective, where we're hosting these two services which are really firmly rooted in science, is that there's a sort of virtuous circle, because to evolve the services, we need highly technical skills in a variety of disciplines. And then we learn and we can apply those back into the policy cycle. A second lesson is that the real superpower of Copernicus is its relevance for users and for policymakers. So the power of this free and open data that we can turn into services is a real superpower that we can exploit. And you've seen and heard different ways in which we're doing that. We just set up in the JRC a new knowledge center on Earth observation, which we think will provide an additional layer of value added to really get help us to exploit this superpower. And then I think a final lesson is that we have to remain ambitious. I mean, the founders of GMES had an ambition and a vision, and we need to keep Copernicus world class. The landscape is changing. There's a lot of technological developments coming at us. So we need to keep cutting edge and keep looking to the future, so that we can fully exploit the potential of this technology and these services going forward.
Florence Rabier, you said when we prepared this roundtable that we needed to reach people who didn't speak data.
Yes, I think that's something we've learned in the last few years. I mean, if we didn't know already, that it's not just a case of build it and they will come. You know, you have, when you look at the ambition of Copernicus, you know, achieving this sustainable economic growth and innovation hand in hand with, of course, protecting the planet. You know, this ambition is so huge, we thought it had to reach to the broadest audience as well. And for this, it's not so easy, because, you know, we talk here between ourselves, we know that what we're doing, it's important, but when you want to reach other audience, you have to explain why what you're doing is important and why this data in particular is important and how we can use it. So of course, within our community, in a few years, we managed to have Copernicus data really used in particular by the UN. So in particular, our climate reanalysis has been quoted more than 200 times in the latest IPCC report, and we are part of the WMO State of the Climate. So we reach that sort of community. But if we wanted to reach broader, we thought we needed amplifiers. And for this, we had a sort of a plan that we needed to engage with media professionals like you, Sophie. We also needed to engage with the exciting influencers and innovators. And in particular, we have some relationship with some of the SMEs, one in the Czech Republic, Windy, that have a fantastic interactive app displaying our data. Also in France, Plume Lab, about air pollution. So these innovators was quite important. And then we decided as well to rely on some big names, some brands that actually already had the respect of the audience. And that's where our partnership with Euronews and CNN was really reaped some benefits, because through sponsoring and providing data to their climate and air pollution programs, this way we could reach not millions, but billions around the world. So I think, you know, these efforts managed to really put Copernicus and Europe on the map when it comes to climate issues. And at the beginning, it was a bit frustrating that people, even newspapers in Europe, were going to the US to know about what is the state of the climate. Well, now they come to Copernicus. So when you think it's just 7 years, and I think that's a major achievement, actually.
Right. We already have some Slido questions. Thank you for your active participation. We'll get into those in a second, but Phil Evans, looking back in the mirror, you said that one important lesson that you've learned from Copernicus is that it has been a real success because the program has been designed from the beginning to cover the entire value chain, from the observations to the delivery of operational services, and this is major.
Yeah, and I think it's, I mean, to my mind, I think there's four elements of the Copernicus program that have been contributed to its success, and it is a remarkably successful program. I mean, the first one is, as we've heard from previous speakers, it was designed and put together not just with thinking about the value chain from the initial observations through to the service provision, but also thinking about how it sat in a network or an ecosystem of other organisations. I think that was incredibly important. But that thinking from in a value chain perspective was always put in the light of end users and end user requirements, and I think that's absolutely crucial. I think there's a couple of other things that are really important, again, that we've touched on. Ambition. From the outset, it was an ambitious program. Ambitious both in the sense of the satellite instrumentation that was at the root of the services, but also an ambition to support, I don't know, the level of monitoring and modelling that exists in meteorology, in ocean, atmosphere, and other areas. And I think that's really been achieved. And I think it wasn't necessarily a given that other areas of modelling and monitoring would come along. And I think the final point is the programme's been open in the sense of data policy, and we've heard how important that is, but open to partnerships around it, and I think global partnerships, and I think that's been incredibly important. There are numerous examples, but the collaboration between Sentinel satellites and the Landsat program, closer to EUMETSAT's heart, collaboration on precision ocean altimetry, working with NASA, NOAA and CNES, and taking forward work on TOPEX and Poseidon. And I think this partnership, the frame of the program that allows these partnerships to build is really important.
Pierre Bahurel, looking back in the mirror, would you say that it was truly an ambitious program?
Yes, it was. Yes,
indeed.
Sure, indeed. But I have a few things in mind. First, when EU decides, I mean, we can make it, and we made it, frankly, and it's really a recognition at the international level. I mean, the Copernicus brand is known, and this is known as a success. And this is also not only at the international level that the European voice is stronger, but this is also at the member states level that we can really say that there is an impact, a positive impact on the member states of this Copernicus asset. So this is the first thing. So the second one is science at the Earth, and Commissioner Breton say that we must reinvent again and again, and this is what we have been doing, all of us. I mean, all these services we have proposed innovation. So with the scientific community really at the heart of the program, it means that the service is really improved again and again. And we have a lot of users that are scientists, which means that the quality of what we deliver is good. The third one is that the business model seems okay. I mean, we have validated the business model, which means that we have this open and free service. I mean, we are preparing everything. I mean, this is funded from the satellite to the services, so that we propose something which is actionable data and information, and we are taking care of all the difficult part of the processing of all this data, and then start the market to create knowledge for the best experts, to create economy, to create decision for policies. And I believe that this is something that is really working hard. The Marine Service is only 3% of the cost of the space program. Mm-hmm. And we have thousands of users everywhere with an impact which is really, really good. So there is a leverage effect which is interesting. The fourth one is that the organization that we have adopted at the beginning, which is really distributed everywhere in Europe. This Mercator Ocean, this is a prediction center based in Toulouse here. But we have decided to go with different centers and in different seas, in the Baltic Seas, the Mediterranean, etc., and playing with the best experts where they are. And this is highly distributed, but it works very well. This is fully operational, and we deliver something as a group. And the last but not, the last one is about the united colors of Copernicus, the united services, and the fact that this idea that we should focus on the land, the atmosphere, the ocean. I mean, going this way to really maximize the impact on the citizens and the things, it works very well. And the Copernicus Marine is known by the policymakers at the highest level today. And we are reaching citizens, business developers, etc. So I really think that this thematic approach per service is a key asset of Copernicus. And they are observing us at the international level, and they really see this as one of the main assets of Copernicus. We have the infrastructures, satellites, and we have the thematic services. And this is, I think, one of the lessons of these past 7 years.
Copernicus United Colors. We'll keep that in mind. Hence, Brynrix, if you want to get, you said that looking back, if you want to get most of the investment in space technology, you need to really and fully understand what you're going to use it for.
Yeah, I think that's absolutely critical, and I'm very glad to see an evolution in the last years and also for the future of Copernicus to pay a lot of attention to what we are actually going to use the information for. And I think one of the challenges is to integrate that new type of information with already existing information and then add most value through that. And I can give you a concrete example. The go-to place for air quality near real time in Europe is the Air Quality Index, which we have developed. It makes use of data that is coming from Copernicus and that we get from ECMWF in a partnership. We link it to the observations from traditional monitoring stations, and then we make the link to the digital aspect because we use artificial intelligence to fill in the gaps. And if you can combine all of these things and you can then create an app, as we have done, that gives citizens health warnings on certain days or gives them a sort of prediction of what they can expect, then you're really adding value by combining more traditional forms of environmental monitoring to this new potential. And we think that that is part of the future. What would facilitate that is if lawmakers at the European level, but also at the national level, would recognize Copernicus data more as official data. That is often not the case. The potential is there, they know about it, but it's not embedded in directives or regulations or national law. And that would really be a next step forward in fully integrating it in policy processes in our understanding.
Well, time flies with you. We have 15 minutes left. And before we take the first slide of questions, I have another question to ask to the whole panel. And I want to start with Stephen Quest. How do you see, we have to talk future. This is the Copernicus Horizon 2035. So how do you see the future of Copernicus, Stephen?
Well, I think a bright future is what I see. I think we need to keep dreaming. The scientists and the policymakers had this ambitious vision 25 years ago, and we need to keep pushing this. I think that we can, for example, see Copernicus as a really key asset in the green transition. It can help us to anticipate policy challenges because it can help us to get a better understanding of Earth and societies. If you look at climate change, if you look at the green transition, we need long-term thinking and planning. So these tools really help us to anticipate and think ahead. At the same time, it can help us to have an integrated policy response. What we see with the challenges we're facing, the green transition is a really key example of this, is that everything is more and more interconnected. And so we need ourselves to be able to connect the dots between science and policy, and tools like Copernicus and looking ahead to 2035 need to get even better at helping us to build this integrated, interconnected view. And finally, we need to keep an eye on the impact, on how can we ensure we have positive impacts for citizens, for our economies, for our societies. And that means keeping an eye on some of the bad things that are happening, of course, the early warning, the disaster relief, the situational awareness that we need. I think we've heard a lot about that already. But also a better understanding of the water, the land, and the urban resources and the processes that are transforming them, so that we can really understand the boundaries of sustainable development and how we can push into these new boundaries, use the data better, more computing power, more algorithms, and really push the science further to meet the challenges of this twin digital and green transition. And I really think Copernicus is and will remain the poster child of the twin green digital transition because of its capabilities and the data and the services that it brings to us.
Florence Rabier, what would you say? Why do you believe that Copernicus is indeed a great asset in the green transition?
Yeah, absolutely. The future is bright, and as Stephen said, it's really at the nexus between the green and the digital transition. So you know, there are some buzzwords like AI, machine learning, and digital twin of the Earth, etc. This is something we already do in a way, but we have to take it to the next level with this huge amount of data that we will have, and we will have to be more precise, more sophisticated, and continue to make our data usable. If there's one thing I would like to highlight, which is the thing that excites me the most in the future of Copernicus, it's what Commissioner Breton mentioned, this monitoring of the CO2. I think this will be extremely important because we already monitor CO2 concentration in the atmosphere, but we don't manage yet to pinpoint where it's coming from. What are the emissions? Where are the man-made CO2? And in the context of the Paris Agreement, we will have this capacity with new satellites and with new ways of combining satellite data, in situ data, and modeling to be able to guide the countries in their road to net zero. So I think this is, for me, the most exciting. But on the flip side, I think we talked about the network and partnerships, and I think we will have to enhance our strategic partnerships so that Copernicus continues to be at the heart of how industry works, how business works, how finance works. And I would like to, maybe just an example, we've just, during the COP26 in Glasgow in November, we signed an MOU with the European Investment Bank. And the EIB, as you know, is EU's climate bank, and it has an ambitious, a new climate adaptation plan where they want to do better adaptation, smarter, more systemic, faster adaptation. And they had the ambition to use the best data to do that. That's why we signed this MOU, to give them, of course, the Copernicus data, but also the tools and guide them on how to use the Copernicus data to make the best decisions for financing this green transition. And I think, you know, mitigation, adaptation of climate, it will be essential to work on Copernicus. So I'm definitely, I see a bright future for Copernicus in the future.
Phil Evans, you say that the future of Copernicus will be bright if we stick to the principles which has made the program a success.
Yeah, I think that's right. I mean, and the future importance of the program rests on two things. Firstly, the societal needs that it or some of the societal needs that it addresses are becoming more and more pressing. You know, just as an example, the World Economic Forum have identified severe weather events and failure to address climate change as some of the biggest challenges global society faces. Well, Copernicus lands smack bang in the middle of those issues. On the other side, there's the program itself, and I think you know, as long as we carry on doing what we've done so far, it'll have a great success. But some elements of that are challenging. You know, we need to think about the ecosystem and the value chain and think about end users. But that in itself is becoming more challenging. The range of applications, how applications come about by the fusing of data from multiple sources presents new challenges, and the program needs to be agile to understand these challenges and adapt to it. Clearly, the program needs to continue its level of ambition, but also there are important changes that can have an impact at all elements of the Copernicus value chain. We have new space, and as Florence has already talked about, artificial intelligence, cloud computing. There's a lot of developments that are of great significance to us, and I think we need to make sure that we fully exploit those capabilities to deliver more and more societal impact, because in the end, its societal impact is the benchmark by which this program should be judged. And finally, I think continuing extending the partnerships that revolve around Copernicus within Europe and globally is really important.
Pierre Bahurel, what is the point of view at Mercator Ocean on the future of Copernicus, and why do you think that it's a real asset in the green transition?
Well, I was last week at the One Ocean Summit in Brest, and it was a place with 30 head of states, the president of the European Commission, ministers of everywhere, and they were talking about the ocean, and the need for action, decision, and solutions. And we were part of the conversation. So Mercator Ocean was there, the European Commission was there, part of the conversations, but I can say that we were clearly identified as part of the solution. And President von der Leyen said that we need to really invest, and we will invest at the European Commission level into a digital twin ocean, which is the name of this mix of space, digital, science, and something that will really build the data information that will be ready for supporting decisions. And so we have already this digital ocean. This had been invented and designed, and this is operational thanks to Copernicus. So the digital ocean, global ocean, and all the things that is necessary to really prepare all this data with the best verified data and etc. is done by Copernicus, and this is fully recognized. So the next step is really to go toward this, what we call the twin, which is the interconnection with other things, and the European Commission has high ambition, and I think this is where we should go. And the Green Deal is the framework, and everyone, I mean, I will kick off with the partners of this Copernicus Marine Service tomorrow, all this new adventure of 7 years. They have clearly in mind the Green Deal. This is clearly something that is now the framework for thinking and where we will invest. So I'm very clear on the fact that there is an ambition, but we can make it, and I'm happy to see how the European Commission has identified this cross-cutting ambition, cross-cutting between the different DGs for the ocean, and how the head of states identify us as a solution for what they have to decide in the coming years. So yes, let's continue with Copernicus. I think we have a great flagship program.
Hans, I want to finish this question with you, talking about future. You said nearly every component of the Green Deal can actually benefit from Copernicus data.
Yeah, absolutely, and building on what the others have said, of course, that is the case. If you do the mapping of those ambitions, whether it's in net zero emissions, zero pollution, biodiversity, which I think is a bit undervalued sometimes, there is perspective for all of that. So I would like to add a couple of things. First of all, scientists tell us that we are in a pivotal decade. So I think we need to address with urgency a number of these crises that we are dealing with. And that's where Copernicus can also be very supportive. And we can be faster in monitoring, we can be faster in showing images of what is happening. And the power of images, for me, when we address policymakers, is absolutely critical. If you show them a graph or a report, it's one thing, but my experience in dealing with policymakers is that a couple of strong images, especially if they can show evolution and move, is extraordinary. So I think we should make use of that. The other thing we should do, and which we are doing together and with also the private sector, is of all those petabytes and terabytes, make sure that they don't create more noise, but that we come to better sound. For sound understanding of what is happening, but also for sound decision making. And that indeed with a sense of urgency. The European Green Deal, in one of its opening paragraphs, states that we are dealing with existential issues and that we need to lead on systemic transitions. Well, I think we've got an additional tool here that is extraordinary, and it's our almost ethical duty by now to make sure that we bring the knowledge that we are creating to the places that have the most impact and that can actually put us on trajectories of fundamental sustainability.
Thank you for this very interesting message, the ethical duty. We have another 4 minutes and we cannot go above those 4 minutes, but maybe one key message, each of you, do you want to deliver one last message, maybe on the challenge, the emergency in relation to the climate change? What would be the key message you would like to address in maybe one sentence, each of you? Florence?
Continue to build partnership, continue to be this network, but go beyond and really reach to where all the decisions are being made, but also the common people, and continue to reach to where industry, business, finance, etc. So we have to all make this effort to make our richness of Copernicus data even more used in the future.
Right. Phil?
Just to recognise that Copernicus is a crucial tool for some of society's most pressing and urgent challenges, and that will contribute to that in the best way if we keep in mind the application and the end user space and the impact that we have, the positive impact we have on society.
Pierre, one last message maybe?
Keep very bright the colors, the services of Copernicus, because the leverage effect is very strong, and we have to go for biology, for coastal, and we need to work with the member states. And this is really where we should develop further the cooperation.
Hans, one last word.
Earth observation. Yes, Earth observation for actionable knowledge for the public good.
Stephen, do you have one last message to address?
Yes, leverage the power of science and the power of Copernicus to deliver integrated policy responses to the challenges of our societies.
Well, thank you very much. Thank you to the whole panel that was here in Toulouse with me for this very first session. Thank you to both of you for being live this morning with us. I guess the Slido question has been answered already, and I'll leave the floor to my dear colleague, Olaf, for the next session. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Sophie. And now we are ready for the next speech, for which I welcome, and he's already there, Mauro Facchini, the head of the Copernicus Union, Copernicus Unit, of course, at the European Commission. Now, anticipating global challenges really is one of the raison d'être of the Copernicus program. So to dig a little deeper where we stand, where we go, and where we should be going in the near future, Mauro Facchini with a speech that goes under the title Copernicus 2.0 Anticipating Global Challenges. Un immenso benvenuto, Mauro Facchini. Mais je continue en français parce que si je suis bien.
Now I'll continue in French. Mauro Facchini, head of the Copernicus unit at the European Commission. The floor is yours. Hello, thank you, Olaf, for this kind introduction. I don't usually speak French, but I'll be speaking French this morning. We'll see how it goes. Well, thank you very much. I'm very happy to be with you in Toulouse. And to start with, I'd like to thank the presidency of the EU, that is France. This is a great opportunity. I think the moment is very important for us, for the Commission, to see that the French presidency of the Council of the EU focuses on this program, which is close to our hearts. Well, what else can I add? After listening to the Minister, the Commissioner, the DG of ESA, and the representatives of Copernicus, I'd say that most of the message has been conveyed. I might repeat a number of things, but at the same time, what I'll try and do is provide you with a general framework and tell you what I think we ought to do in the future, so that my speech is a bit shorter, so that we catch up and finish earlier. I'm not going to go through history, but I think we mentioned 1998, so that's more than 25 years ago, well, more or less. And today, that's 25 years down the road, and we're discussing the future of the program and what we're going to do in the future. I joined the Commission in 2022, and that's when GSAT was launched. Look at what's happened. Copernicus didn't really exist at the time. Even Google Maps didn't really exist. So it's been a long, long way for us. Today we have Copernicus. The different speakers have been talking about the good of Copernicus. Well, I'm not the one who should talk about how well accepted it is all over the world, but I think you've heard that before. Which means that today we're lucky. We're lucky that we can have this discussion. We can think about the way forward. So the horizon is 2035, and the question is to know how to anticipate and interact and anticipate the global challenges. So between 2021 and 2027, we mobilized 5.4 billion euros. That's for the European Union, an amount which is higher than the amount that we had, the budget we had between 2014 and 2020, which is an important sign. It means that we can continue with the Copernicus operations, but also we can consider the future development of this program. In the near future as well, if we look at the short run, we will be continuing the program. As far as space infrastructure is concerned, we will soon launch Sentinels 1, 2, 3 in the 2 or 3 years to come. We launched Sentinel 6A, which is now up and running. It's been the case for a year. Sentinels 4 and 5 will soon be orbited, so that we have the full family, or a bigger family of the Sentinels. Well, of course, this is a technological program which has many benefits, but there are some problems as well. Sentinel 1B, which has had some difficulties. We're analyzing the situation. Anyway, people are interested in the things that are going wrong as well. It really shows that many users rely on the infrastructure and services, and that's the reason why we're trying to fix the problem as quickly as we can. That means perhaps introducing new capacity, buying data, and also we'll try and anticipate the orbiting of 1C. And services will be changing in the short term. We'll look at new domains as well, and we'll try and introduce Copernicus capacity in EU programs, for instance, agriculture or also cultural heritage, to give you a couple of examples. In the short run, there will also be evolutions and developments. Yet this is some type of continuity, but there's going to be a big breakthrough with the expansion missions that we've mentioned before. And of course, we'll focus on CO2. CO2 is our number one concern, and they will be launched before 2025 so as to meet needs that have been expressed by COP21, so that we're ready to have a monitoring system to know more about CO2 emissions produced by human beings. And we're going to continue as well and develop the other expansion missions. We know that we don't yet have the full budget, but we're going to continue and stick to our timeline. We're certain that the additional budgets will be given to us in the future so that we can continue our development. We'll meet again in 2024. We'll look at the situation, review the situation, and see what we can do, what the way forward is like, if we have to perhaps postpone or not the development of these satellites. Services will be changing as well. We want to introduce new capacities. A minute ago, we talked about coastal surveillance and monitoring. I mentioned agriculture, cultural heritage. So there's room for maneuver for us to improve our gamut of services. But this is for the short run. Now, if we think about the 2035 horizon, what will we do? And this is what the Commissioner said this morning. He paved the way. It showed us what we had to do. The objectives will be the green transition and a more resilient union. And to do this, we'll be tapping from capacity that we have thanks to digital and new space program. What does that mean? Well, it means that we're going to have infrastructures that will be developing on the current situation. The Sentinels will be the backbone of the structure, the foundation, if you will, for our infrastructure. But we'll try also to beef this up with other constellations that are more agile, which perhaps can be faster in the future. So we're going to move to hybrid constellations that we've mentioned before. And to do that, well, today, we buy data from the data providers, but we would like this to change. Rather than buying data, we'd like to buy services. That's for the data providers we work with. And we'll think about these commercial constellations and how they can change in the future so that we would synergize with the Sentinel system that we intend to set up. What is also part of the development of the infrastructure is that we have to tap from digital technologies. We said that, for instance, we could have onboard processing, onboard satellites, we could have better distribution of data, better processing of data, and with AI or high-performance computing, so as to bolster our capacity. And there's another field that we're considering, which is quantum calculation and computing, but also quantum-based instruments. We're thinking about quantum gravimetry, thanks to which we could have new sources of information. So that's for the infrastructure. Of course, we want to improve services as well. And our objective is to enter a new field for us, more or less, which would give us more capacity. And these would be government capacities. We would like, at EU level, to have Earth observation that would meet the needs of the member states, and how the data could be used in the future so as to meet, in a better way, to meet needs that are not completely covered today. And as far as services are concerned and the integration of digital is concerned, we've talked about Digital Europe and Destination Earth, rather, which is Destination Earth is a platform which is a digital twin of our planet, which means that the Earth observation data will be available on the platform so that we better understand the planet and look at its development and evolution. With all that, and this is what we intend to do, with all that, we'll be able to stand out on the global landscape. That is, usually people look at us with envy, the biggest space powers, and we can keep our level of excellence in doing that. So 2021, 2027 is a major period of time for us. This is an ambitious program, and this will require close cooperation amongst the different players, all of us, I mean, the Commission, of course, ESA, the member states, the industrial players, and we need a good match, a good understanding, and joint activities. Dialogue will be essential. We'll have to nurture dialogue and work together, sharing a joint objective. So far, it's been an exciting experiment, and I think we've obtained excellent results together. Now we're looking at new horizons, Horizon to 2035, with a high level of ambition. Personally speaking, I am not exhausted. I'm still very motivated to do this, and I think that Copernicus can provide us with something very useful for us, for the planet. And for example, when I discuss this with my children, I'm always highly motivated. I can explain a number of things and say, well, look at that. What we're doing perhaps is going to be good for you in the future. Who knows? Maybe this is our contribution to improve your lives in the future. And this being said, I'd like to thank you very much. Thank you very much for this initiative. Thank you for giving me this opportunity so that we can think about what we can do in the future. This will feed our program in the years to come. Thank you very much.
Merci beaucoup.
Well, thank you very much. Thank you very much, Mauro.
Unit at the European Commission. And now, well, you said you're not tired. You're still motivated. I think we all are still motivated. But if somebody is tired, I'm the bringer of the good news now. There is a coffee break from now until 11. See you back at 11 sharp.
warm welcome back to our Copernicus Horizon 2035 conference. It's a pleasure to be with you this morning. And before the coffee break, we launched a little survey. We have the result right now. The question was, where do you come from? Which country? So from what I can discover here, France is the biggest answer. Then we have Italy, we have Australia, we have Portugal. Welcome to everyone. We have United States, Switzerland, Poland, Nigeria. Hello, everyone. Buongiorno a tutti. The Russian Federation, Finland, Spain, Belgium. There's a lot of grazie, thank you, fingers up, and happy smiley. Thank you so much for participating. We'll have more surveys during today and tomorrow. And do not hesitate, again, as Olaf said a bit earlier, to ask your question through the Slido platform. All right, let's move on to the next session now. Copernicus taking the pulse of our planet. Let's hear, if you will, some great witnesses, some inspirational talks, let's say, which will show that even people that are not directly connected to Copernicus can share its interest and are sensitive to its challenges. Let's start with Thomas Pesquet, French astronaut and European Space Agency.
Bonjour à toutes et à tous.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. Today I'd like to share with you the perspective of a human being on the advantages of the Copernicus program. As an astronaut, I spent 2 stints on the International Space Station, and from there I looked at planet Earth. And what is very striking for all astronauts is how fragile the planet looks from space, and how thin also the layer of atmosphere is, our only protection. And as much as possible, I tried to talk about climate change on social media by sharing pictures of forest fires, of hurricanes, also showing the progress of deforestation from one mission to the next. These are testimonies that are very important, and to myself and to all the people who follow the mission. But over and beyond these calls for concern, what we need is to have scientific data that is collected on a systematic and very large scale, so that we can follow up as closely as possible the evolution of climate change. This is not something that can be made at the naked eye. Half of climate variables can only be observed from space: the height of the waves, the thickness of the ice cap, among others. So Europe can be very proud of the Copernicus dataset program that allows to monitor a lot of variables. And Copernicus is growing with new missions, looking at new datasets, such as CO2 emissions at regional and national level. Over and beyond the snapshot that we can come up with, there's also data, like 1 trillion ton of ice that is lost every year. But Copernicus is also there to bring out solutions to fight climate change. For example, by analyzing vegetation coverage by satellites, which has shown that over and beyond capturing CO2, reforesting allows to cool down the atmosphere because it is conducive to low altitude clouds forming. The Copernicus program is also there to help the EU in its policy making with the Green Deal and the CAP. It's also there to analyze data for natural resources, water, which allows for more productive agriculture, for instance. And finer analysis will allow us to reach national objectives in CO2 reductions and to support countries in their green transition. There are going to be many more applications that will come to the fore, and that is something that we are very glad about. So it's really, Copernicus is all about space for Earth.
Let's hear now Yuba Sokona. She's Vice Chair of the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change.
My name is Yuba Sokona. I am currently one of the 3 vice chairs of the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change. Actually, the world is confronted with at least 2 major challenges. And one of the biggest one is the climate challenges, because we have at least more, the science is clear on the climate side. But we need action, and then to move toward action. As the data information has been crucial to have a better understanding of the science part, they are crucial, fundamental also to support the action, because they will be informing the policies at different levels, from the local to the national, regional, at the global level, in all aspects of the society. The second challenge we are facing globally, how to make our development more sustainable. And then the Copernicus program is providing information and data, and then that can better inform those 17 goals of sustainable development. And then we need to have more tangible, accurate information on that. And as an indicator, and then to support decision makers from individual and then to the global. And then that make the uniqueness of a program like Copernicus, and then that make also the fact that it's an open access. Any government can use it for its purpose. I know that Copernicus has been critical, fundamental for our understanding of the atmospheric issues. It has been also a fundamental, critical for a better understanding of the dynamics and then different problems, and then with a complex program of land use, land issues, land cover, all the dynamic related to that. And then this is fundamental, this is crucial for biodiversity, is crucial for climate change, is crucial for agriculture, for livelihood of a large part of the people across the world. Copernicus program also provided a clear information on climate change issues. If we have a better understanding, actually, the science is robust on the climate that is based on the information, the data provided by Copernicus, and then that helps scientists and then to work on that. And then the observation are critical, fundamental. The supporting the policy making in different areas, supporting the food issues, the nutrition, supporting the health aspect, and all aspects of the society, you can see the input directly and indirectly of a program such as Copernicus. One of the key points, the necessity of a fundamental transition in all aspects of the society if we want to keep the global warming at 1.5. And that will require an instrument like Copernicus, because we need to monitor. We need to see how progress, what kind of progress were made. We need to see what kind of strategy is needed.
And last but not least, let's hear now the declaration of Barbara Pompili. She is a French Minister of for the Ecological Transition.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I truly believe that information is one of the first pillars of our environmental commitments. And what is sure is that to have proper information about the state of the planet, it's always good to look at things from above. And this is the whole point of the Copernicus program. Since its launch in 1998, a huge amount of progress has been made, probably more than the people who launched the program thought was possible. The program today has become a main asset to make of Europe a continent at the cutting edge of data collection. The program is there to make monitoring of the Earth an important tool to protect the environment. It is crucial because there are lots of variables that can only be observed from space. like the level of the oceans or the global temperature of the atmosphere. Copernicus a few weeks ago, for instance, told us that the last 7 years were the 7 warmest ever recorded. This European program comes up with a huge amount of important data on the state of the planet. Data, but also pictures, analysis, forecasts, and simulations. Be it the melting of ice cap, the state of oceans, or a monitoring of eruptions of volcanoes in the Canary Islands, or many other events that can be followed up on live. This is crucial to build our environmental policies for states, but also for local players who are on the ground. For instance, when it comes to managing water resources or land uses or managing natural risks. The more information we have, the better. Copernicus is a huge European success as well, and a success that we need to put front and center. Copernicus is the largest provider of spatial information in the world. This is very important in light of our sovereignty and our space program. And it's a program that has a very important role to play under the Green Deal and under our environmental and green policies at EU level. If we want to reduce our CO2 emissions by 2035 and to be carbon neutral by 2050, we need to use all the tools that are out there. For instance, the next Sentinel satellites will allow us to follow up on CO2 emissions and therefore to contribute from 2026 onwards to the stock taking under the Paris Agreement. So Copernicus can bring a lot more to the table in the future, because on top of being a great space success story, it is also a very important tool for the green transition. And I'm sure that we can make the most of it. Thank you.
For one of the highlights of our inspirational speeches. And therefore, I welcome Jana Gevorgyan, the Director of the Secretariat of GEO, the Group for Earth Observation. Now, I would not surprise anybody if I say that Earth observation data is, of course, an essential tool to address environmental but also societal challenges. But you might be surprised to learn what concretely that entails. So to tell us more about how exactly, about the result of this data and the urgent recommendations that flow from them, Jana, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Olaf. Good morning, good late morning to everybody. It's really a pleasure to be joining the conversation about the future of Copernicus and perhaps expanding a little bit the view to the wider world view, because the world needs Copernicus. Our world is in peril. You know, these words are supposed to shock you, but I think there is probably not one person in this audience who was shocked by what I just said. And that's probably because for over decades, we've been hearing warning signals and calls for urgent action until finally a full-blown code red alert by the IPCC just last year. And this community that's in the audience today has been answering these urgent calls for decades as well. 20 years ago, the World Summit on Sustainable Development was held in Johannesburg in South Africa. And one of the outcomes was the recognition that Earth observing systems and Earth observations provide critical input to sustainable development, especially in the developing countries. That inspiration led to a first Earth observation summit the following year in Washington, D.C., which in turn resulted in the Intergovernmental Group on Earth Observations being established. We fondly call it GEO. GEO has been created by many of the organizations, member states who are behind the Copernicus, and European intergovernmental organizations from whom we heard earlier today. These giants have been collecting data about the Earth and turning it into actionable information, environmental intelligence, for decades. This group of entities, they are the guardians of our planet Earth. You know them. You are those guardians. You know better than anyone that to protect the Earth, that the guardianship of our Earth requires relentless monitoring, understanding, and prediction of the environmental change, and then acting on it.
Yeah, the guardians of the planet Earth. Now that sounds like an immense confidence in the audience that we have gathered here, but it also, of course, puts enormous responsibility on the shoulders of everybody here. Now, I wanted to ask you, what gives you that sense of confidence?
The history. The history gives me the confidence. These are the parties who envisioned Copernicus program and then made it possible. But even going back those 20-some years, these were the partners who had the foresight to forge a global partnership that would put Earth observations and Earth science in the center of supporting decision-making. And they created GEO not in the image of other organizations that existed then. They envisioned GEO to be very different, to be a platform that would bring not just governments, but non-government actors, commercial partners, academia, UN agencies, to be able to sit at one table on one level and think up initiatives and programs that would leverage the capabilities and assets and resources of these partners and create something that was capable of delivering a much greater impact than the sum of those parts. I'll give an example of this. One of the GEO initiatives that was spearheaded by agencies in the United States like NASA, NOAA, but also CNES and ECMWF on global water sustainability. We fondly call it GeoGLOws. These partners gathered together. They envisioned global hydrological forecast service. And in the span of 4 years, they leveraged the scientific research, the satellite data, in situ data that was available, and turned this vision into reality, which today runs on ECMWF's operational environment, providing 24/7 service to countries worldwide to predict flooding events. And you might say, Olaf, but didn't this exist before? And I will say not quite. In most cases, flooding could be predicted with 1 to 2 day lead time. This partnership, GeoGLOws, made possible predicting a flooding event up to 2 weeks in advance. And so you can imagine the potential to take early action when you have that kind of information. One of my favorite examples where this happened is a story that comes to us from a local authority in Israel. This was a case of transboundary basin among Israel, Palestine Authority, and Gaza Strip. So you can all imagine the very complex geopolitical situation that's on the ground there. And being an area that's prone to very long-lasting droughts, but also intense flooding seasons, there is a real need to be able to access data that's available in a consistent way to take informed decisions. And so a local authority in Israel was trying to get ahead of the flooding events during one of the most intense flooding seasons. And they couldn't really access local data because, well, even if it's available, again, due to the sensitive situation there, it's not really being shared freely across neighbors. And so they came across the GeoGLOW service that runs in ECMWF, and then were able to predict a flooding event 2 weeks ahead of the event itself. They were able to alert the local authorities, and not just in Israel, but in the Palestine Authority and in the Gaza Strip, and take early action to prevent loss and damage. And one thing that's important to highlight here, that all three of these parties, they trusted the data that came through this initiative because it was delivered through an international partnership, which they perceive to be neutral environment. So this is an example of how that vision that created GEO today is delivering real life-saving initiatives around the world. This is being implemented in Latin America, in Africa very successfully, and these are the kinds of examples that we look to build on this multilateral collaboration.
Well, that sounds really like a tall order, but it also hints to the very complex, well, geopolitical, but also the political will that is required to follow up on this data. But to zoom a little bit into it, because we're at the Copernicus conference here, and to bring it down to concrete things, what is the part that the Copernicus program plays in achieving these goals or getting closer to them?
I'm really glad you asked. So Copernicus member states and parties, they are all members of our GEO community. And as a global community, we understand that to reach sustainable development, sustainable future, we need to act as one for the benefit of all. We understand that we can only be as strong as some of our most vulnerable communities in the world. How do we do this? We commit to a common set of principles in support of common set of priorities. And today we're supporting countries worldwide in their climate action, disaster risk reduction, urban development, creating resilient communities, and data and information that comes from Copernicus. Look, Copernicus is widely believed to be the world's largest public Earth observation program, and it does an enormous amount in bridging the digital divide, ensuring that communities worldwide can, in fact, leverage the data revolution and digital transformation for societal good. So in preparation for this event, I collected some testimonies from users in Africa. And in the interest of time, Olaf, I'll do this. I'll let you pick one of these three cards, and I'll read the testimony that's in the card.
So there's what? There's green, red, and blue. Well, look, in honor of the red tie, I
read
it
is.
The red one. Do you read it? Should I read it? No, you read it.
I'll read it. I'll read it. So the card is a testimony from Africa. And so this is about the case of how GMAS in Africa program is being leveraged in Africa using Copernicus products. And this is a story about wetlands, which I quite like, actually. I love. 2 weeks ago, we celebrated the World Wetlands Day. And we all know wetlands are among the most critical ecosystems that provide essential services. They are a player in food production, they regulate floods, they are a natural carbon sink. So they're an important ecosystem to protect. And so through the GMES in Africa program, the Regional Center for Mapping and Resource Development, RCMRD in Kenya, Nairobi, uses Sentinel-2 images to characterize wetlands extent through mapping and deriving land cover classes surrounding the wetlands. This has been an important aspect of wetlands monitoring that helps to determine the degradation and depletion of occurrences of wetlands. And this wetland mapping has been done in 10 countries in Africa. And why is this important? Well, it is important because as our global community is really stepping up and accelerating action to respond to climate change, what becomes important is connecting this information to policy making. And many countries are shifting towards nature-positive policies. And so being aware of the condition of the wetlands, being aware of and being able to set baselines about their conditions, and then be able to monitor and report on these under various multilateral environmental agreements like the Ramsar Convention, is a key responsibility of the countries, and Copernicus data is allowing countries worldwide, and as in this case in Africa, to be able to do just that.
Well, that is really impressive, and I think it shows so well how these data are used in the ground and really make a difference. I would be actually delighted to hear you talk about the other examples too, but you're totally right. Let's do a little bit in the sense of timing. Shorten that, I would recommend everybody to consult GEO's website also to learn more about it. But Jana, how do this, to bring it back to GEO's work, how do these examples relate to the work of GEO?
I've emphasized earlier that we really were started to enable sustainable future and sustainable development, and our focus in GEO does continue to be on helping low and middle income countries, communities that are underrepresented but in most need worldwide, to leverage Earth observation. And for those communities, what's especially important is to be able to share knowledge and learn from the experience of other users. So the Copernicus program, as it is being implemented, and as the Copernicus data and services are being used and put to test and applied by users in various scenarios, to be able to learn from these results and connect them to other activities that GEO is shepherding on behalf of our global community becomes a really critical opportunity to build capacity around the world, to leapfrog where countries don't have to go through that long curve of learning the ways on their own, but they can leverage the knowledge that's being created if that knowledge is shared in an open way through open digital knowledge repositories. And so I'm really pleased to say that we have an opportunity to work with the various DGs in the European Commission, with ESA and other parties, and create that interconnected network of activities that can help us amplify the results from the Copernicus program and extend their reach to wider community, which desperately needs this information.
So trying to leapfrog also from the present to the future. What does the future hold for GEO?
We're nearing our current 10-year mandate and beginning to envision post-2025 GEO, just in the way Copernicus is envisioning its future. And I think this era will be defined by our ability to accelerate our support to those underrepresented vulnerable communities. I'm talking about the least developed countries, small island developing states, or like some refer to them as large ocean states. There is an incredible momentum building by private companies, governments, philanthropists, indigenous communities, civil societies, extending their hand in partnership. GEO is really well positioned to be the glue for those partnerships. Recall the case of Israel, where the information that came through our project was trusted. GEO is well positioned to help create trust between this entity so that countries can trust the partnership with the commercial sector. The new space industry is keen to be part of this global solution, but these efforts need to be built on approaches that are socially responsible, that take into account gender diversity, inclusiveness, participation of young people, giving opportunities to communities everywhere so that these fantastic breakthroughs in Earth observation do not become a privilege of some, but become the opportunity for many, so that they don't become digital luxury, but they continue to be developed and offered as a digital public good. And that's the future we envision.
Jana, to me it feels like everything you told me, everything I asked you until now is somehow laid the groundwork for that one question I really wanted to ask you. And I feel we've been hovering around it. But is there something really explicitly you are seeking from this audience that we have gathered here today?
Well, I can think of so many things I can ask the audience,
Well,
but
go for
I'll
it.
just maybe start with this one and see how far we go. We are your creation. You really created us because you envisioned that it takes a global village to reach sustainable future. And like any initiative, including Copernicus, we really need to be sustained by the political will and the political support and enthusiasm of our patrons. So I would ask the European member states who are behind the Copernicus to continue to support with enthusiasm the Group on Earth Observations, your creation, because we are your pathway to increasing the utilization of Copernicus data and services beyond the European borders. As we reach wider communities who are indeed our key to reaching sustainable development and sustainable future, use us so we can amplify the work that you do, so we can create ripple effects and increase the return on your investment in the way that does the world great good.
Jana, you also, and this will astonish some of you, you have brought us a video which we'll see afterwards. Could you tell a bit about the context?
Certainly. I think I made a reference to having to be inclusive and have the foresight that the future belongs to the younger generation. And that means we need to find every and each way to involve the youth and the young in our work. And so I'd like to close our conversation with the words of a very young person. She is 8 years old, Yunchen Yu. She is a winner of Geo's art competition. And we launched it because, well, the language of art, it transcends cultures and languages. And I think she has a message to share that will pretty much warm your hearts and resonate probably very strongly.
Yeah, thank you so much, and I'm really looking forward to share this video of Yunchen Yu with everybody. Just one word of what happens afterwards, after the video. Sophie will be back with another speaker, Cyril Crévoisier. So, Jana, let's go for the video.
My name is Yu Yunchen, age 8. I am a pupil of Fuzhou Chaiyanshan Central Primary School. I am quite glad when I know that I am one of the winners. Also, we are children. We also want to protect our beautiful Mother Earth. We need to tell people around us that we do need to protect her. This is my painting for the Geo Art competition. In this painting, aliens are talking about the Earth, seeing how good it used to be. Aliens are very sorry for what people have done on the Earth. They throw the sampling into the nutrient solution, guide the bottle of nutrient solution to the Earth, and the Earth becomes slush again. But no people there. Nobody knows where are people. This shall not happen. I believe that Mother Earth's protection begins with the heart and begins with the action. Let us try our best to protect our beautiful Mother Earth from today.
So today is definitely planned. Yes, we can give her a big round of applause. This day is definitely planned under inspirational talk, and that was an inspirational talk. I'm so happy, so glad, and so honored to welcome now Cyril Crévoisier. Bonjour Cyril. CNRS Research Director at the Dynamic Meteorology Laboratory located at École Polytechnique in Paris. Cyril, you're a very well-known researcher. You've helped in the preparation of Copernicus challenges. You are also important to mention TOSCA's president, meaning TOSCA is a scientific committee for earth science, meaning that you're leading researchers who are thinking to the challenges of the future, observation and services. So you have a presentation for us, Cyril, and it's called Issues and Challenges for the Study of the Earth System. Tell us, Cyril, why talking about this on a Copernicus conference, actually.
Okay, thank you, Sophie.
I leave the floor to you.
Going there. So good morning, everyone, indeed. I don't see the slide yet. Yeah, they are coming. So indeed, I'm going to talk about the use of Earth observation data to foster research development. And for that, I want to go back actually to what we have been talking about since this morning. It's the Earth system, with these beautiful views taken from space here. And I think it's important to recognize that Earth is a very special object. First, it's an object of study because we want to understand and know how Earth is evolving, to understand the Earth structure, to understand how all the processes that control its evolution, to be able to predict its evolution and also the impact of human being on this planet. But it's also our planet. This is where we live, meaning that we also have to address some specific social questions. We want to forecast our environment to know, for instance, what is the weather in the next days or weeks. We want to predict and deal with extreme events that are going to affect our lives. And we also want to address our needs, where to find water, where to find food, etc. And so here we can see that all these questions actually are connected, understanding the Earth, living better on it, and for that we need to understand processes over large spatiotemporal scales that combines all the Earth subsystems that we know. One very good example of that, it's something we've been talking about since this morning, it's CO2. The increase of CO2 in the atmosphere is the driver of global warming. And so for many decades now, scientists have been trying to understand the carbon cycle, how the emissions of CO2 in the atmosphere are going to either stay in the atmosphere or be absorbed back by land, by the ocean. This is all what we call the carbon cycle. And so scientists have been developing observations, satellites, ground-based networks, models to be able to address these questions. But in the last few years, and especially after the Paris Agreement, we know now that we want also to monitor very precisely what is the evolution of the CO2 anthropogenic emission. We need to have a very good knowledge of that. And this is something that we want to do to decrease our uncertainty in these emissions, but also to have a faster picture of what is happening in terms of CO2, meaning we need near real time, we need reliable information at territorial level, and we need to do all that in a transparent way. And in the end, actually, this increased knowledge of the CO2 emissions will also help us better understanding the carbon cycle by having a very reduced uncertainty on the emissions themselves and a better understanding of the sinks that are going to absorb part of this CO2. And so here we can see how actually the scientific knowledge and the societal requirement can both benefit from each other. And this is, I think, at the heart of what we could call the integrated Earth system studies. We have observations, we have models that are going to help us study what we call essential variables, essential climate variables, atmosphere variables, ocean variables, to try to derive first information on different timescales, different spatial resolutions, to then produce indicators, reports towards a wide range of users, public authorities, stakeholders, but also to go back to the scientific community, who is one of the main users, actually, of the Copernicus system.
So observation is really key to Copernicus and research questions, right?
Oh, it is definitely, and I think we've seen plenty of examples of that already this morning. It is very important to understand that in order to study the Earth, but also to run the Copernicus services, we need observations, and we need the integrated Earth system observations that will give us access to these essential variables. And for that, I mean, we need in situ observations, ground-based networks, field campaigns, and also, of course, space observations. In that case, the Sentinel program has really been a breakthrough these last years, from which we have been able to actually study a whole new range of variables and better understand our world. But also, in addition to the Sentinel, we have all the contributing missions from the member states that are very important. And in all that, what we need actually are reference data. Data of very high quality, very well validated, in order to detect the very small changes we are after, especially in the study of climate change. Again, these observations have to cover a wide range of space and time scales. We need long-term to follow the long-term evolution of the Earth. Climate, of course, but all the global changes. We have a high need for revisit. We also need to have global observation, but also to be able to focus on details, on cities, for instance, with a very high spatial resolution. And so for all that, of course, we have to combine a whole bunch of observations together and to take into account the fact that usually you do not measure exactly the variable you are interested in. You first measure something, the satellite measurements, that then you need to translate in the variable you are after, and in the end, the indicators you need. And for that, of course, you strongly rely on numerical models and data assimilation techniques. And so when you take all that into account, that means that if you want to address a new scientific question or a new service, that means you need new observables, new measurement techniques, but you also need continuity. This is something that has been mentioned this morning, and it's extremely important. With my scientific group, actually, we have conducted a survey of the scientific community in preparation of this event and of more generally of the evolution of Copernicus by asking what would be the main priority for the scientific community. And by far, the number one priority, it's the continuity of both the observations and the services. The continuity means also continuity with improvement to try to reduce the uncertainties we still have on some of the variables. And why do we want continuity? Well, because if we want to be able to monitor the trends in all these essential climate variables, the continuity of the observations are essential. An example that has been given already this morning, it's the monitoring of the sea level rise. Since the start of the 1990s, several satellites have been monitoring sea level rise with a good continuity in the observation and good overlaps between the missions. We have some of them now which are continuing with the Sentinel-6 program. And actually, I want to stress the level of precision we need. Here we are talking about a rise of 3 centimeters per decade, 3 millimeters per year. This is something we've been able to do from space, which is extraordinary. But it's something we've been able to compute because we have continuity of the observation. If we had some gaps in the monitoring of this trend, we would have a serious difficulty to be able to estimate this kind of level of precision we need. So these numbers then do provide critical evidence of the impact of climate change for decision making. But in addition to that, it also comes back to the science, where by combining these observations from the altimeters with other space missions, we are also able to attribute the rise in the sea level to the phenomenon that impact that. And for instance, by looking at the seawater temperature, the glacial melt. And now we are able actually to know exactly where this increase in the sea level comes from. So this continuity is not something that is always granted. And we have a good example with the monitoring of the polar regions. For many years, and especially since the launch of Cryosat-2 in 2010, actually, we've been able to monitor the evolution of the polar region with a very good precision. This is the figure you have on the right. But these missions are coming to an end, estimated to be in 2025. Now, the current mission, including Sentinel-3, still monitor the polar regions, but with a gap compared to the previous region, which is shown on the left-hand side of the figure here. So one of the Sentinel expansion mission, called Crystal, is going to come back and be able to cover the polar region like the figure on the right, but its expected launch is in 2027. So what we are facing in this area of research, it's a gap of at least 2 years between the current mission and the future mission covering these polar regions, at the time when these regions are going to experience unprecedented stress due to global warming. And so this is something we have to take into account, address, and push for having this continuity in measurements. Of course, we just don't want just to have continuity, but we also want to improve the observations themselves. And so the number one, the second priority that came out from the scientific community was to go for higher spatial and temporal resolution. An example is given on this slide concerning the study of vegetation, soil moisture, and land use, so more talking about land this time. You have a very good example of the typical spatial resolution that are used nowadays for global application or regional application, let's say from 1 kilometer to 10 to 25 kilometers. In the future, to be able to address new needs that have emerged from the scientific community or from users of the Copernicus services, we see that we will need to go more to 100 meter to 1 kilometer resolution. This means a change in the observation capability. And actually, this has been summarized in this figure I showed you here, which shows the typical spatial resolution versus the temporal resolution for the specific questions that we want to address. And typically, with observations in the past, especially from space, we were at the top blue cycle. Then with the Sentinel program, we are descending to the second cycle, blue cycle at the bottom. And in the future, we want to go even more down in this, on this figure. And of course, such requirements are going to drive the specification for the next generation of satellites and also the development of ground-based networks that will be used to study all these typical question regarding the land. Here is where we stand, actually. The Sentinel program has brought us fantastic new observations to go already at a higher resolution than what we had done before. This has enabled us to make maps at the pan-European scales of several characteristics of lands, with some example here, land use, forest, inhabited areas, etc. Also on the ocean, a very interesting figure is that the ocean forecast we are now able to produce is now as good as what was observed in the analysis 5 years ago. And this has been made thanks to advances in both the observation with the Sentinel program, in modeling, and in data assimilation. And all these improvements have come from the research community. And I think it's very important to note that these Copernicus services build on tools that have been developed for many years, over several decades, by the research community. And therefore, if we want to better answer new needs, new requirements coming from the scientific community for all the users of the Copernicus services, and to keep the services at the state of the art, I think we have to, of course, ensure the continuity of the present observation capability. We also need to improve these observation capabilities by adding new observations, and we've talked about the CO2M mission that is coming soon as part of the Sentinel expansion program. Building again on past missions launched by the US, by Japan, by France, and soon by Europe. And so we have very high expectation for all the Sentinel expansion and Sentinel new generation that will provide exciting observation in addition to the contributing missions. But one key element here again, it's the signal we are after, this climate signal. It's a very tiny one, meaning that if we want to take full advantage of all these new observations, we need also to have activities regarding calibration and validation of this space mission. This is something that is essential if we want to benefit from them. Then in addition to that, we want to improve the data processing. It's something that is not often talked about, but it's something extremely important. The data processing, meaning we go from what is measured by the satellites and what is going to be used to study observations, depend on a lot of what we call retrieval techniques. And here we have major steps to make by using new facilities, the cloud, big data, artificial intelligence, to see and demonstrate how these new developments in algorithms can help us improve the precision of the products we are looking at. Of course, in parallel to that, we need to have improved numerical models of the Earth to be able to exploit all this new data and this high resolution that we call for the future space missions. And then finally, of course, we need all the data centers and the human resources to be able to run all this. And I think here we can really use this image of several levels that are intertwined together and that are illustrated by the figure on the bottom right of this slide. We need, of course, the service operation that will need to have funding to be able to develop and improve the services, but all this will rely also on long-term research that need also to be funded if you want to keep these Copernicus services at the state of the art.
So we understand very well, Cyril, the importance of financial research for the continuity, the good continuity of Copernicus program. Therefore, what are the future priorities that could come out from current research? Can we maybe talk a little bit about weak signals?
Yes, definitely. And actually, indeed, we can have a taste of potential future services which are based on current research. So we have talked about a lot since this morning about thematics, okay? The atmosphere, the ocean, the land. These are all components of the Earth. But we must not forget that all these components are connected together, okay? We have interactions between land, between the atmosphere, between the ocean. And so now the approach that is taken by the scientific community is also to try to have an integrated approach by studying, for instance, cycles. We've talked about the carbon cycle already. We could talk about the water cycle. We could talk about biodiversity. We could talk about, of course, climate impact and adaptation, and all the interfaces that connect all these components of the Earth together. And this is definitely something where we should go in the future, and I think that the Copernicus services will need to take that into account. It's something that is already done through the Copernicus thematic hubs that will try to connect all the existing services together to try to address these questions. But all these new way of thinking and addressing the Earth system could potentially give us ideas for new services that would stem from mature observation and mature model development. And so here I've given here some names for these potential future services that directly come from this integral approach of the study of the Earth system. And so in the interest of time, I'm only going to focus on two of these potential services, starting with the coastal zones. The coastal zone is a very good example of how these components of the Earth system are connected together. The coastal zones connect the land, the ocean, and the atmosphere together with specific questions that concern what is the impact of global and local changes on these zones, what are the impact of extreme events, these are the scientific questions, but also questions coming from local authorities. How can we develop sustainable management of coastal of both land and coastal marine systems, and also the ecosystems that are involved in it. This system could benefit from new observations that have just come, and you have some examples here coming from Sentinel-2 or Sentinel-3, but also potential new products that will come in the future with new observations. And so definitely this could give some indication of how to address these new questions. A second example, and this is something that comes back to a situation that we know very well now, it's the impact of pandemic on the health, of course, but also on the environment and on social economy. The COVID has shown us that indeed there is an urgent need to understand how this pandemic is going to affect our life, is going to affect our economy. And so in the future, it's certain we will have to face more pandemics of this kind because of climate change, because of this artificialization of the soils, profound modification of the ecosystems. And so I think really this question is going to be one of the major challenges of the next decade. How can we anticipate and monitor this crisis in near real time to try to have propagation scenarios, to try also to prevent the emergence of new crises? Also, how to evaluate the impact on the environment and the social economic worlds. And so here, space observations, but also ground-based observation, can help us design what we call the tele-epidemiology approach, which is the fact that usually you cannot follow exactly with observation the evolution of the health itself or the evolution of the pandemic itself. But what we can try to derive are drivers of these pandemics. And so by combining observations of, for instance, vegetation, urban areas, but also water, and we talked about the wetlands, we can propagate mosquitoes and things like that, we can try to derive epidemiological model that will feed on observations coming from all our observation integrated network to try to derive what is the risk of having a new pandemic and how it's going to evolve in the future. And actually here you have an example of some work that has been done in the past with spot images and now that are improved with Sentinel-2 above 3 French cities, Montpellier, Grenoble and Bordeaux, where actually the question was, where do we have the most chance to find the famous tiger mosquito, who is carrying disease, of course, with itself. And so by combining these high-resolution images taken from space with an epidemiological model, we can have a good sense of where this mosquito can be found and what are the chances of having a pandemic due to this mosquito. And so finally, I want to end with some concluding thoughts. I think it's very clear Copernicus is now a fundamental program in the study of the Earth system. It benefits a wide range of users, including the scientific community, who has really benefited from especially the Sentinel program and the services themselves. we must not forget that the Copernicus services builds on previous and long-term research activities, both on observations, but also on modeling. And so in terms of observation, even if the Copernicus Sentinel program has been a real game changer in our ability to monitor essential variables and understand all the processes that are attached to them in the Earth system, we need improved observation, new and well-calibrated missions, and maintain actually this very strong relation between research activity and the services if we want to be sure in the future that the Copernicus services stay at the state of the art. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you very much, Cyril, for this very brilliant and relevant presentation. We don't have time for questions. We need to make a break, take a break, the lunch break now. Thank you so much for attending our first morning of this Copernicus Horizon 2035. Just one very important information. At 2:30, we will have the French President Emmanuel Macron's speech. If you want to go watch the speech, you have to proceed to the press conference room by 1:30. Otherwise, afterwards, it will be totally closed and inaccessible. And we'll be back at 3:30. Have a great lunch break. Bye-bye.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Ah, oui, en français, il n'y a pas de problème, avec plaisir. Bonjour, bonjour. Vous me voyez, j'imagine également. Non, pas encore?
Je ne vous vois pas, non. Je vous entends, mais je vous entends très très loin.
Très très loin. Pourtant, je suis... alors, on va essayer de régler ça. Moi, je vous entends très bien en tous les cas, donc c'est déjà un bon point.
Ok.
D'accord, ok. Donc là, vous n'allez pas pouvoir me voir, mais juste pour vous donner une idée, le retour que vous aurez, c'est un plateau. C'est le plateau donc, de la scène, avec les différents intervenants. Donc vous aurez le retour de caméra, en fait. Voilà. Pour moi, c'est parfait. Au niveau du son, voilà, il n'y a pas de souci. On vous entend très bien, même sans casque ni oreillette, donc c'est parfait. Vous intervenez quand, exactement?
9h30
demain, d'accord, très bien. Donc, si vous pouvez vous connecter juste 15 minutes avant, vous serez dans la même configuration, au même endroit? Parfait. Bah, écoutez, voilà. Donc 9h15, ce sera parfait pour nous. Et puis, je ne vous retiens pas plus longtemps. Merci de votre connexion et de votre participation. Et à demain.
Ok. Juste pour le fond d'écran, c'est vous qui, je ne sais pas qui gère ça, parce que c'est pas terrible ce que j'ai là.
Il n'y en a pas nécessairement besoin. C'est un fond neutre. Après, vous pouvez éventuellement le flouter si vous le souhaitez. Je vois qu'il y a des œuvres quand même artistiques très. Oui, c'est pas mal. Alors là-dessus, je pense pas que vous puissiez sur le VMix. Hein. Non, vous pourrez pas le faire. C'est pas comme sur Zoom ou sur Teams où vous avez un accès. Là, on est sur un protocole différent. Donc là, voilà, honnêtement, rien de choquant pour moi. Hein. Vous êtes sur un fond blanc neutre avec deux cadres relativement bien centrés, donc ça pose pas de souci. Après, si vous avez un autre endroit, la seule chose, c'est de ne pas avoir de fenêtre derrière vous, ou sinon occulté avec des rideaux. Et voilà. Là, c'est parfait. Dites-moi, oui.
Oui, j'ai une autre question. J'ai envoyé un slide. Est-ce que vous avez reçu ça ou pas?
Oui, il a été reçu. C'est une présentation PowerPoint, c'est bien cela?
PowerPoint, ouais.
Oui, il a été reçu. Mon collègue me confirme que oui, donc il n'y a pas de problème de notre côté.
Ok, voilà. Donc ça, vous pourrez le projeter dès le début, en fait, de l'interview.
D'accord. Il y en a plusieurs.
Ça va aider mon discours.
D'accord. Il y en a plusieurs ou il y a un seul.
Non, on m'a dit d'en faire qu'un, j'en ai fait qu'un.
D'accord. Donc il y aura un slide. Donc voilà. Donc ce sera un support pour vous pour pouvoir argumenter vos propos. Parfait. Bah écoutez, c'est noté. J'en fais part à la régie et je vous dis à demain 9h15. Si vous n'avez pas d'autres questions.
Très bien.
Merci à vous. Excellent après-midi.
Bonne journée, bonne chance pour cet après-midi.
Merci beaucoup. Au revoir.
and gentlemen, ministers, commissioners, my dear Thierry, representatives of the ESA and member countries, deputies, senator, members of parliament, members of the European Parliament, Madam President of the Regional Council, of the Departmental Council, Mr. Mayor, Director of the European Space Agency, and Mr. Prefect, ladies and gentlemen, all of you, including heads of businesses, it's a great pleasure to meet you all here in this wonderful part of France, which I'm very fond of, and in this beautiful city, Toulouse, that is so closely linked to the future of the space adventure, but also to the excellence of the industries involved and based in the area. Our presidency, as you know, has been placed with, at its core, European sovereignty. This means that, as much as possible in all areas, our union should have the ability to define her own policies, cooperating with all those she chooses to cooperate with, but without depending ever on choices made by others. This is our ambition. The world in which we live gives us even more evidence every day that we need this. Maybe a few months ago, some people thought it might only be in theory, but I think the recent months have shown us that it's a reality, and that has shown it pretty clearly. Now, if we want this sovereignty to actually become reality, then the sovereignty of all sovereignties is that of space. If you do not control space, you cannot control technology. Internet access, satellite navigation, all of them basically depend on space. And without space, there's no industrial or economic sovereignty. There are hundreds of thousands of jobs, 32,000 in France alone, directly involved in the space sector. But space is part of a wider ecosystem, research, innovation, industry, all intertwined. Without mastery of that area, there's no science or development and no real ability to master what comes next, cybernetic or anything. No sovereignty in the military or geopolitical sense. Data exchange, communications, observing and monitoring and surveillance of armies. The spatial area has become also a new field for conflict. There is no full power or autonomy without managing space, without which you can't conquer new frontiers or even control your own. For all these reasons, it is one of our priorities as a presidency. But it is also a priority, since with Portugal we're co-chairing, co-presiding the space agency, and so it's a priority within that sense too. We, as Europe, have a first-rank role in space. Many of you directly know this and are directly involved, thanks to the enormous potential we have. We have some of the best operational programs in the world. Copernicus, which does Earth observation data processing, Galileo with 22 satellites and 2 billion linked up pieces of equipment that enable an even more precise than GPS location system. But these are just two, and they've become indispensable amongst many others. And then there's Ariane, 210 launches already successful, and Vega. That gives us an autonomous pathway to space. It is still Ariane that is the most reliable launch system in the world, and the James Webb Telescope at the end of last year, which successfully was launched, is an example of that. We have an industrial base that is solid. We have European stakeholders like ADS, TAS, OHB in satellite manufacturing, represent our major manufacturing power from main country stakeholders, many markets, but also a lot of emerging players. Some of them are SMEs, some of them are very small businesses, some of them have consolidated, some of them are startups. They're all part of the new space that is still emerging. As Europeans, we have an industrial arsenal of all sizes, all types, all natures of industry, which we can build on. And we also have to build better synergies between big, solid players and the new space stakeholders that are everywhere in all our countries. We're at the forefront of exploration, too. whether it's FIDE, Perseverance on Mars, Visit to Comet, and many of the big research centers like the CNES, CNRS, CEA in France, and the DLR, IC, because there's Italy and Germany, not just France, and all your agencies, all the European frontline universities and research centers that are all part of this European dream. And we have people who are recognized all over the world. Samantha Cristoforetti, Mathias Maurer, Thomas Pesquet. And since Jean-Luc Chrétien first launched into space 40 years ago, I'm delighted to see that when ESA called for young astronauts to take their chances, we had more than 22,000 candidates and more than 40% of women in the chosen mix. And I know Thomas Pesquet was one of our ambassadors who always wanted to promote this gender parity. And this really shows the enthusiasm and also the paradigm shift and the expectations of our new generation. This is all tangible. This is built on decades of investment, of research and development, of building cooperation, building European cooperation, and building excellence. Excellence in fundamental research and applied research at a scientific level, at an industrial level, throughout our territories. And we see this very tangibly here in Toulouse, but there are many other parts of Europe, and I mentioned one or two earlier on. When I mentioned a few research centers or name-checked a few people, there are jobs there as well. However, while taking stock of our achievement, we cannot nevertheless cease to be lucid as we look to the future. And we have to recognize we missed a few strategic moments in the last few years. For instance, on launch, some of our competitors have emerged very quickly. There's more and more competition between different powers, the US, China, Russia, who've got ahead of us in terms of numbers of launches. Others like Japan, India, Iran, South Korea have started recently, but very strongly, to join the race. And some of them are investing massively, even as I speak. We maybe underestimated the meteoric rise of the private sector. They've mobilized massive amounts and made breakthroughs, including technology. 5 or 10 years, we thought even we would have found it impossible. Blue Origin, SpaceX, unfortunately, they're not European, but they took a bet and they were able to marry, in a way we should draw from, significant public funding, public research and agencies, and the fleet footwork of the private sector. We've also lagged behind on space armament. There are satellites that can try to cut in on our own telecom satellites, spy satellites, and other powers that are developing technology that can enable them to actually hit technology of ours that is in Europe and our satellites in space. This is investment that's happening now. It's not science fiction. It's happening. And if we're currently not fully engaged there, if our own businesses are facing challenges in our own areas, it's partly because a few years back we took our eye off the ball. We did not keep our eyes fixed on space, or at least not in a common vision. We didn't believe sufficiently in our own abilities, and we need to learn from that. During those years, we let other people get ahead of us. They invested more. They took technical bets that were braver, bolder than ours, and they put bigger amounts to back that up because of our division. Now, I'm sure of one thing. When Europeans stick together, harmonize their views, and agree on choices for technology, research, breakthrough products, bold choices, then Europe is and will be in the forefront. So we mustn't see what's happening as a fatality. We will catch up, and we are going to catch up thanks to what we're starting to do now. If our industry is under attack, if new players are muscling in on our turf, if people outside Europe are taking a lead, we can react to that by making the right choice as we're making now. If we miss the boat, we'll lose out on our future. We'll be out of history. But we cannot make others take over the vision of the future. We have to have a European vision of space. We need a structural vision with the right choices taken boldly in the short term on a massive level with input that's appropriate, but also with a long-term vision. We've done that before and now with batteries, hydrogen, and the CHIPS Act, which is in an electronics front. We need to do things like that across the board. And let's be reassured as well. 5 years ago, pretty much day to day, in the car manufacturing sector, people saying we don't have batteries, don't push electric too far, Europe's lagging behind, we won't be able to do it, it's going to be the Chinese and the Koreans. Well, actually, we acted at a European level, we built alliances, and things changed. There are 3 big projects in France alone on batteries. A few months ago, people were telling us semiconductors, don't even think about it, because we were beginning to lose track as Europeans. We mobilized, we invested, and we are now building projects that will allow us to recover lost ground. I strongly and firmly believe that when it comes to space, we have a situation which has a number of strong bases to build upon. I mentioned we also have some relative weaknesses because of what's recently happened, but we have the ability to compensate for that, as long as we act properly and in a timely manner together. That's one of the big challenges, in my view, for us to do today. And with this meeting and with Europe and with Commissioner Thierry Breton, whom I thank in particular for his work, thanks to that we are on the right track. And I know you've been discussing today what the Commission tabled yesterday, which is, again, something we thank you for, Thierry. And President Aschbacher for the ESA, your role is a key too, and I thank you again for your role. But that's not enough. We have to go on. Our sovereignty and our competitiveness depend upon that, and that means they have to be anchored in science and industry and technology. For space sovereignty, the first plank is the launch systems. That's how you become a power in space. We have to build big launch projects as Europeans. We've already done a great deal. The Ministerial Conference of Seville allowed us to confirm the Ariane 6 program. There's going to be Ariane 6 with real commercial potential. The ESA agreement signed in the summer and other bilateral agreements have enabled us to make this durable with a timeline for rollout of launches that's visible. And more than more, for institutional satellites, we need a European preference. Our competitors do it. We need to do it too. Research and industrial policy cannot get off the ground if we're the only ones who are naive, who don't have preference. The Chinese have preference. The Americans have preference. Why the devil don't we, systematically? That will give us the potential to plan ahead that will make our models able to break even and to continue to innovate. If you've got a timeline with commercial institutional launches, you've got the buffer, it becomes more competitive on the commercial front, which makes the whole thing more competitive, and you have economies of scale, and more you can invest into the future, and more you avoid a situation where our naivety means that we have to top up through extra public spending because we didn't act in a timely way in the past. But it's still not enough to have only that. We also have to look at reuse, mini launches, micro launches. Public and private breakthrough technologies must be boosted. Some states have already started doing that. We've started in France with France 2030. In Vernon and Reims, there are projects already started. But Italy, Spain, Germany also have a lot of very interesting projects that are breakthrough frontier ones, and so is the case in other parts of Europe. It's not about trying to play catch-up. It's about looking at the next frontier, the next stage, through competitive projects, competing among themselves, but with a view to cooperation between member states with launch alliance that Thierry Breton has called for. Secondly, for sovereignty and competitiveness, we need constellations. The wider public hasn't heard much about that yet, but I see a lot of people in the room who are familiar with it. Constellations are at the heart of what a lot of our industry is doing and what a lot of our research bodies are engaged in. And they will be at the heart of our lives in the new future. Emergency service, autonomous vehicle, connected military and maritime, telemedicine, bridging the digital divide. These are all things we're already concerned about and a lot of us are engaged in, but in the future all these things need this next step in infrastructure, and those are the ones that involve the constellations. Europe has to be in the constellation business for its sovereignty and for efficiency purposes. If we were not to have our own constellation, could you imagine delegating our traffic data, our health data, outsourced to other powers? Or people who would just not be European players and whom we could not regulate under European law? Because of connected Internet of Things and all the uses I mentioned, and given the legitimate expectations of compatriots and our industrial base, we'd be developing tools, but the space infrastructure that handles them would be in someone else's hands, somebody else's space, somebody else's rules. Industrially, but also democratically, this would just not be acceptable. It's also something upon which our economic prosperity depends. In building these constellations, we have Iridium Next, Global Star, Telesat, OneWeb, E3B. These have frontline know-how. Other countries have already massively invested in constellations. Some of these will be OneWeb or Kuiper, civilian or military in the US. And so we cannot sit back. We must act. And we have to take our destiny into our own hands. And it's urgent that we do so. The number of telecoms constellation can be rolled out is probably fewer than 10. There's a limit on how many you can have. So we have to quickly get together, get member states together. And there are initiatives ongoing. We have to group them so we make progress with synergy. Thanks to the Commissioner, the EU has just come up with, through the Commission, an ambitious proposal for a European ambitious connectivity approach to constellations. More than a dozen businesses have already answered the call. And we have to bring this forward with current stakeholders and new stakeholders being able to enter as well. Tomorrow is within our reach. We need to allow scale up quickly so that the new actors can be European actors. We must define priorities and we must understand our needs and define those clearly for that to be possible. France will be there for this revolution in space. We will be there by placing at the disposal of the European Union all the priority frequencies availability that we have, and that's one precious resource. Another resource is our share of investment. And over the next few days, as part of France 2030, there will be 2 calls for actors to mobilize, pushing innovative solutions in this area. One will be on in-orbit service, and the other will be on breakthrough constellations. We want to support things like orbital loft, which is a paradigm shift in in-orbit service provision. And part of that is actually being handled here. Or, to give you another example, deep space. That's a transformative project when it comes to breakthrough constellations. But I mean, I could give you so many other examples. But this is a real revolution. But this constellation is needed for sovereignty reasons, for economic reasons. But it's also a geopolitical challenge and project for Europe. Our industry, our citizens, are going to get connectivity that is fully sovereign, new solutions with economic outcomes possible based around them, but we're also going to be creating a north-south connectivity alliance. I know you talked about that this morning as well, and I'd like to thank you for supporting the choices that have been made. Giving Africa a chance to get better connectivity in a new paradigm of alliance between our 2 continents, enabling polar research and observation and new projects that cover both sides will be a research paradigm shift, but a geopolitical paradigm shift as well. And this is something the European sovereign constellation offers. Those are the big issues for sovereignty and competitiveness at an industrial to scientific level. But then the other big pillar of what we are trying to do is power.
And the military share here is significant, and space is an expression of our strategy here. We need to face facts. And beyond our economic strategies and industrial ones, this is where we will have new military deployments and new conflicts. And France is one of the only powers to have fully committed in this field, with over 5 billion euros invested by 2025. We have added more missions for observation and monitoring, and a true capacity to take action in space. And much of that activity is based here in Toulouse with the High Command. And at an international level, the NATO Centre of Excellence for Space will allow us to develop cooperation between allied members. And our work on the strategic compass will allow us to make more progress towards European military cooperation in space. We need to bring together our shared vision, which will allow us to react better. As we saw a few months ago, potential conflicts and acts of aggression are likely to increase, and we therefore need to be able to have the capacity to react on an operational level and have enough flexibility to do so. And without being aggressive, without being naive, we need to have a vision of what we need in order to ensure protection and resilience for our space infrastructure. And this will have to be achieved by investment, European investment, in equipment, in innovation, in research. These are opportunities that can be taken in new space. That will be part of our 2022 space strategic discussion that we will have here, Aster X. And what's at stake here, the third pillar, in my mind, is having a vision of space that can guarantee protection as a common good by promoting regulation and standards. And in this way, space traffic management will be part of one of our priorities. And by continuing our European projects, we will define a European model for space traffic management. And as we have in other areas where Europe has created its own strategic framework, which then serves as a standard, an example shared by other powers and even adopted by many others, as we did with digital. And in this way, attacks will not be able to be hidden in any way and passed off as being simply technical failures. Space cannot be a legal vacuum. There's too much at stake for that. And space is a common good for humanity. And if we want that to continue, then the market powers, logical thinking has to be regulated, which is not what's happening at the moment. We are following a logic where we are just reacting, and we need to come up with a European proposal
And I want to welcome the commitment of many academic and government organizations in this field. For example, in Net Zero Space, the Net Zero Space project, which shows exactly this thinking. That's what should inspire us. And with France 2030, we will, in the next days, launch a call for proposals for space surveillance projects to continue this work. The fourth and final pillar that I want to speak to you about today is space. And work in space must remain a scientific and research project. Space acts as a significant lever, for example, because of the numerous applications for space technology, for example, in helping combat climate change. And progress in space can allow us to potentially reduce climate change and greenhouse gas emissions. We can use space sensors to better monitor the biosphere, ice flows, water, seawater, and the atmosphere. And Copernicus gives us 401 petabytes of data, giving us live data about what is happening on the world's surface and how the temperatures are changing. And space can also be a tool for checking whether what we are doing really equates with reducing emissions. This is one of the ways, the most accurate ways we can do this. It is Copernicus, thanks to Copernicus, that we can achieve this. And through our innovation, through space research, we have a potential to better monitor and check all of our environmental policies to combat climate change. And of course, all of you know how very important that is for the future of our planet. These are the types of projects that ESA has tried to support, be it through private or public partnerships. And of course, beyond climate, space also allows us to dream. And there's power in that. And in these times where we are trying to combat fanaticism, selfishness, we can think big, dream together with our citizens in a way which, if we invest in these projects, we can gain better knowledge of the world and the universe. For us as Europeans, this spatial model can also open up new fields in the academic world. So for Europeans, this shouldn't just be about exploiting space. And there's a talk of being able to mine on the moon, for example. But we need to come up with a common vision of space, what it means to us as human beings to have this common good that can be useful to all. We, as Europeans, believe in exploration, in gaining more knowledge, in long-term flights rather than simply commercially exploiting space. And having the ISS come to an end in 2030 should also lead us, together with the United States and China, to come up with our own model. We must continue to finance these large, bold programs for applied research to ensure, of course, that the use of space is well regulated, but we must continue to invest in research so that we can also train people to win those Nobel Prizes who will work in this field in the future, to educate our young people to come up with these models that have led us to where we are today. And ESA has already identified priorities for specific space science and human travel in space. And I thank you. Between now and summer, we want to come up with more specific European targets and ambitions for manned flights, manned space travel. And of course, we need to know what our priorities are, have the data to back it up, and prepare the choices we are going to take for the November ministerial meeting. And sometimes we will need to consult experts on this from the field. But I think that we also, as politicians, researchers, have a role to play, along with ethical experts. What future do we want for manned flights, for robotic missions in space? Yes, large-scale launches are expensive and ambitious. Do we want to continue working on that? And we might say, are we aiming for the moon, where the Chinese are likely to land next? Mars, which is where the States are aiming? We need to think about where Europe is going. For example, having our own Mars mission by the end of the next decade. Do we want an ISS-style project? These are just some questions. When I said these are bold ambitions, I don't just mean in how we think about them. These are fundamental human issues that we will be working on for the next decades. And based on what answers we give to those questions, we may come up with new projects. And so we need to be open to disruptive technologies across the whole sector. And here again, buying services and innovative developments will help us to work better with private stakeholders here. And with our ESA ministerial in Paris, we hope that all we discussed there makes it clear how much work we have to do when it comes to space. So, ladies and gentlemen, those were some of my thoughts on the work that we can do on my vision of things. As you can see, we are at a turning point for Europe in space, given the industrial and technological acceleration that we have seen and witnessed, and the fundamental choices that we have to make when it comes to space policy. We need to decide to invest. Otherwise, we'd have to choose a different model, leave others to invest in our place. And we need to choose to invest hugely in our research institutes, in our universities, in our programs, with new stakeholders to come up with an ambitious European space policy, which is so crucial for our sovereignty. It's been said that astronomy forces us to look up. And when it comes to space policy, we're defending more than just sovereignty, more than just our own prosperity. We are defending our vision of the world. That was why it was so important for me to be with you here in Toulouse today. Toulouse, the hub of aeronautics, of space technology, because I know, above all, the work being done by ESA, by the Commission, by all of the ministers across Europe. And so today, in the next months, I believe what we do will be decisive for the future. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Merci à vous, c'est à vous de...
Audio Jungle. 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 Audio Jungle.
A very warm welcome back to this afternoon, this first afternoon of the Copernicus Horizon 2035 conference here in Lyon. We have had a fully packed first half of the day. You've heard the speech of the president. Now we're back for a few inspirational speeches, for discussions, and we're going to dig deeper into the topic. First, just before the break, we have launched a Slido poll, and here are some results. It's a word cloud. I think it's appearing on your screens right now. What is important for Copernicus 2035 was the question, and the one biggest word appearing on screen is sustainability. I would almost say, of course, and luckily so. But also continuity, user uptake. User uptake will be one of the subjects we'll be talking about tomorrow. I think the first half of the day. Other words that are mentioned: innovation, users. But then there's also a big smiley, a big heart. Other words, funding. Of course, it's about funding, services, CO2 monitoring. That is linked to sustainability, technology, research. Also in other languages, transizione ecologica, user-driven, which goes back to user uptake of also it's connected, and many, many more. But let's not lose any more time. And Sophie for the next speaker.
Thank you so much, Olaf. Let's, deep dive into research at the core of Copernicus with our next speaker now. We're really happy to welcome Joanna Drake. She's Deputy Director General of GEO, Deputy Director General in charge of implementation, impact, and sustainable investment strategies, Directorate General Research and Innovation at the European Commission. Hello and welcome, Mrs. Drake. The floor is all yours. Can you hear us?
Hello, and good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
So I'd like to, first of all, warmly thank the French presidency and also the Minister for Higher Education, Research and Innovation, Frédéric Vidal, for having invited Commissioner Maria Gabriel to this colloquium. It has already been quite a rich and inspiring set of discussions so far on a very important topic. The Commissioner, unfortunately, could not attend today's event due to other commitments, and she asked me to replace her. So, as you said, Sophie, my name is Joanna Drake, and I am the Deputy Director General of the DG, the Director General for Research and Innovation, the European Commission. In this role, I am responsible for harnessing scientific insights and solutions coming from EU research programs in support of major policy. To Copernicus is a great example of this. Today, I would like to focus accordingly on how research and innovation can help drive Earth observation and also the Copernicus activities. And I have three main messages to share with you in this respect. I first go through them all and then I'll go a little bit more in detail on each one of them. First message. Through Horizon Europe program, we are powerfully mobilizing research and innovation in support of the key goals of Copernicus. Second message, research and innovation supported by Horizon 2020 and Horizon Europe using the Copernicus data and services is hugely important in achieving the scientific breakthroughs required to meet the objectives of the European Green Deal. The third message, in the future, the research community will need to better integrate the latest innovations in Earth observation and Copernicus with other data sources such as drones, in situ and very high resolution data. We need to take a faster take-up of research and innovation results in order to tackle the societal challenges around us, such as, for instance, restoring biodiversity, coping with extreme climate, other worldwide issues affecting the health and of the planet and also of us, the inhabitants of the planet. But let me take each message now one by one. So first message is that the EU research and innovation support to Copernicus is more vital than ever. I'd like to take you back to 2011, and that is the onset of the Copernicus program. And at the onset, the EU research and innovation programs already supported the early development of the satellite space infrastructure of Copernicus. These were called the Sentinel missions. Today, we have Horizon Europe, running until 2027 and consisting of three main pillars. First is excellent science. Secondly, it's global challenges and industrial competitiveness. And the third is innovative Europe. All the three pillars provide research opportunities, of course, which are all relevant to space and related domains such as Earth observations and Copernicus itself. Horizon Europe supports the evolution of the Copernicus services in promoting both technological development and applications. If I just give one example, Cluster 4, which is called Digital, Industry and Space, had calls open in 2021 already for collaborative European projects to support the evolution of Copernicus Climate Change Service or the Copernicus Security and Emergency Services. In 2022, calls are already open to support the Copernicus Marine Environment Monitoring Service evolution and the Copernicus Land Monitoring Service evolution. In addition, Horizon Europe finances research infrastructures which will strengthen and sustain Copernicus in situ components, the carbon observing system research infrastructure for greenhouse gas measurements, which is a very good example of this. My second message, which I will remind, is that achieving major science is necessary to meet the objectives of the building on the Copernicus data and services. And in this context, the Commission launched at the end of Horizon 20 the Green Deal call, and I'm sure you're all familiar with this. Now, this €1 billion investment is intended to boost the green and digital transitions. It offered the opportunity to the science community to use and integrate space data and information in their projects, thereby contributing to Europe's recovery in the wake of the COVID-19 crisis. Among the projects selected under the Green Deal call, several will make intensive use of Copernicus data and services to deliver scientifically sound solutions and next-generation climate services for citizens to adapt to climate change in the urban environment. Meanwhile, Horizon Europe will help accelerate the uptake of Copernicus data and services within key research and innovations activities of Pillar 2, for instance, within Cluster 5, climate, energy, mobility, and within Cluster 6, food, bioeconomy, natural resources, agriculture, and environment. The key research topics under these two clusters, for example, on developing high-resolution Earth system models for global and regional climate change projections, collaborate with Copernicus. An important new feature of Horizon Europe is e-research and innovation missions, one of which is the Cancer Mission, which I manage myself for DG R&I and for the Commission in general. A mission is a portfolio of actions rooted in research and also reaching into deployment, public engagement, and mobilizing, contributing to solutions in areas of great public interest. Now, these require information, space, and science, and Earth observation, very for instance, for adaptation to climate change. We have started to launch the first calls now for proposals under Horizon Europe for all the 5 of the missions, and we are making sure that Copernicus is connected with the research and innovation activities that are supported. Another striking example of the synergies between science and Copernicus program is that Horizon Europe will provide scientific insights which are necessary to ensure the uptake of Earth observation and delivering the European digital twin of the ocean, a digital replicate of the ocean. Now, announced by the President von der Leyen last weekend at the One Ocean Summit in Brest, the digital twin will be a powerful driver of the European mission to restore our ocean and waters by 2030, another one of the 5 missions I mentioned earlier. And this will help us significantly to advance our understanding of the marine environment and our capacity to develop management strategies and policies for the ocean. I come to my third message now, and that is that we urgently need to further integrate various data sources and communities in Copernicus-based services. The science community has the capacity and the knowledge in managing, using, and integrating complex flows of data coming from satellites, ground stations, drones, citizens, to propose new solutions for the implementation of the Green Deal itself. Most Copernicus services are strongly rooted in science, and in the future, this calls for an improved articulation of the Copernicus programs with Horizon Europe and its successor programs. But we are nonetheless strongly committed to integrating the different elements of the Earth observation landscape for maximum impact. And here a good example is EuroGeo initiative, the European component of the group on Earth observation which we support. EuroGeo adds value to Copernicus data and bringing together a large research community in Europe through developing prototype Earth observation applications and services. These address the very core needs of citizens and public authorities too, in tackling climate adaptation, mitigation, and the Agenda 2030 for Sustainable Development. In the same vein, in early 2020, we launched, along with the European Space Agency, the Joint Earth System Science Initiative. Now, this aims to advance science to provide a coordinated response to the global challenges that society is facing at the onset of this century. In conclusion, I would like to stress that the Commission is fully committed to make the Copernicus and the EU research programs work better together, hand in hand, for the development of Earth observation solutions in critical areas that we have to deal with urgently. Several such examples are, for instance, biodiversity assessment and mapping necessary to cope with the tremendous collapse of species in support to the post-2020 biodiversity framework. Climate change. We need to accelerate the actions to assess the effects of climate change in critical areas such as high latitude regions, to monitor the trend of sea ice melting and the global ocean regarding ocean acidification. Another example is we need to amplify the joint work of the Earth observation and research community and the health domain, especially on the origin and impact of pandemics and epidemics related to the environment. I believe that the health sector indeed could benefit still much more from Earth observation data and services in the future. And I would like to now thank you for asking us to participate in this session, and I extend very much grateful thanks once again to the organizers.
Johanna Drake, I think it's up to you to say a few words of thank you to you. Johanna Drake, the co-chair of GEO and Deputy Director General in charge of implementation, impact and sustainable investment strategies at the Directorate General for Research and Innovation of the European Commission. So, as you know, France is holding the presidency of the European Council this semester. But, as you also know, these presidencies now always come in pairs of three, or trios, as they are called in a bit of a musical language, actually. It's pairs of three EU member states. This assumes three consecutive EU presidencies. In this case, it's France, the Czech Republic, who takes over in the second half of 2022, and Sweden, which will hold the presidency in the first half of 2023. So, for this debate on a common stance for Copernicus of the trio of presidencies and all of the Council of the European Union, also of the European Commission, may I welcome Claire Giry, Director General for Research and Innovation at the French Ministry for Research and Higher Education, un grand bienvenue, and also André Schwab, just to my right, the head of Space Technologies and Applications at the Ministry of Transport of the Czech Republic. A very warm welcome to you too. And we are, or should be joined by Edward Davidson from Sweden, but he doesn't seem to be connected. Now we will come back to him as soon. I think I see him appearing on screen. David Davidson, the Director General at the Ministry of Education and Science of Sweden. A very warm welcome to you. And we're also delighted to be joined by Matthias Petschke, the Director for Space at the Directorate General for Defense and Industry and Space at the European Commission. And this one is debate. We have, no, just a moment. I was announcing questions by Slido, but we won't have the time for that most probably. Et donc pour la présidence française du Conseil.
And for the French presidency of the EU, we have Claire Géry, who's a Director General for Research and Innovation, French Ministry for Research and Higher Education. For the French Ministry for Research and Higher Education, thank you very much. Dear colleague, I'm very happy to kick off this fourth session of this conference. Many of you took up the invitation of the French presidency, which means that there's an appetite for space in the EU, and that's very encouraging, and I should like to thank you for that. The French presidency believes that Copernicus is a real tool to preempt and to anticipate environmental trends, as the French president has just said. And this is why we decided to organize this conference today, revolving around Copernicus data that since 2021, or even before that, but the data that made 2021 the fifth warmest year ever recorded. It's a sad piece of news, one that we need to take seriously, and one that reminds us that climate change is a matter of great emergency. And there are three main areas that I would like to discuss in front of the trio and in front of the Commission. First of all, a stringent follow-up of biodiversity. We know that climate change has an impact on landscape, on our environment, and therefore the habitat of all species. When a species disappears, it's the whole food chain that is upset. Over and beyond biodiversity, Copernicus in the future should allow us to anticipate, to preempt as much as possible the trends in biodiversity loss, and to prevent some of these extinctions. Then we would like to also to focus on the food emergency and the need to adapt our agriculture to environmental issues. Agriculture today and in the future needs to strike the right balance. Everybody needs to be fed without polluting as much as we do now. So there's an incredible amount of factors that are at play, land use, and many other factors that Copernicus can collect that will allow everybody to take the right decisions for agriculture going forward.
Intrinsically connected to that, this leads to a third priority, that of our water resources. Access to water is not only necessary for our consumption, to that of fauna and flora, but all information on its quality is also crucial for our health. It is therefore necessary to monitor it, to better manage it and distribute it, but also better understand the water cycle. Lastly, the sustainable management of oceans, temperature monitoring and seawater level, and sustainable fishing and the services to support the health of our citizens are areas of progress which will become more and more important by 2035. To address this climate priority, Copernicus should continue to evolve and improve in continuity to preserve the knowledge and the monitoring of changes on our planet for future generations. Europe's made a commitment to follow the goals of the Green Deal, and by continuing to offer ever more innovative and comprehensive services will we be able to achieve that. We think that this change can only happen with a major diversification of sources of data collection in Copernicus As Madam Minister Frédérique Vidal said this morning, I'm thinking about the inclusion from data of new public or commercial missions that will flesh out the Sentinel missions. New space is also offering opportunities that Copernicus should seize to strengthen the quality and competitiveness of services offered. All that, of course, should not harm the nominal development of Sentinel and expansion missions that are already underway, as well as the associated services like anthropic CO2 emission monitoring or monitoring of the Arctic or coastal areas. But above all, I'd like to draw your attention to a key component of today's Copernicus, and that should be strengthened for tomorrow's Copernicus: priority given to users and user uptake. This program is above all user-driven, and this is why we should carry on supporting the Copernicus User Forum and its national offshoots, because it's a very rich experience for everyone, as well as the training of experts in each member state, and we should make access to data ever more easy and quick. Strengthening data sharing and European exchanges means that we can be more effective and united in a fight that affects us all, that of climate change. The data and product from Copernicus are open and free, as you know, and we should explore all open science strategies so that each other's work strengthens the work of other people by feeding from scientific progress from each. It is in spirit of continuity and long-term that the French presidency started widespread consultations with member states on their view of tomorrow's Copernicus, a project that led to this symposium, and I hope that our discussion will lead to a common thinking about the future of the program. We wanted to put Copernicus in a shared view beyond our 6 months of presidency with our Czech and Swedish colleagues, and that's why I'm really happy to have the opportunity to discuss with my counterparts from the trio and the European Commission. By sharing our views of tomorrow's challenges and our ambitions for the future of Copernicus, will we be able to build together, and for the long term, a Europe that can meet the challenges that we share. Thank you.
Innovation at the French Ministry for Research and Higher Education. Did I say that right? Merci beaucoup. Thank you very much also for this very, very clear plea to inscribe Copernicus' future against the background of the Green Deal and all environmental topics you very strongly highlighted in the first part of your speech. Thank you very much. So what I have thought now is I give the word in consecutive chronological order to the next two presidencies of the Council of the European Union. And as it will be the Czech Republic taking over from France at the end of June, I'd like to start with you, Andrej, Head of Space Technologies and Applications at the Minister of Transport of the Czech Republic. Andrej, the floor is yours.
Thank you for the word, and thank you for this conference. I believe it's very important to talk about the future of such important and such successful system as the Copernicus is. For example, have a look how much data do we have from the Sentinels, and how much companies have been built above this data, and how much services are available because this kind of data are here with us, produced by Sentinels. Maybe I would start what the points and what the things I believe it's need to keep, because there's a lot of good practices already in frame of the Copernicus. The Copernicus should remain the user-driven and a state-of-art program or element of the Union Space Program. It should be kept all the observations. That means that we need to have the continuity in observations which are currently made by the Sentinels. And of course, one of the most important things which makes the Copernicus the great program is the data policy. From our perspective, it's very important to keep the current data policy free, open, and available, data available for all the purposes and for all the users. What concerns of the future? We are looking around on the world what is happening not only on the user side or on the user point of view, but also on the technologies. So we believe that we need to speed up the living cycle of the system, the living cycle of the respective satellites. We believe that the good way forward could be to have the fleet of current heavy Sentinels, which will be boosted by the fleet of small and light state-of-art satellites, which will be able to provide high resolution data and also higher temporal resolution of the satellite observations, which is, by the way, really requested by the user community. And I believe that this should be reflected by the future Copernicus. We also should consider the closer cooperation with the forthcoming secured connectivity, because secured connectivity is about communication. It's about satellite telecommunication, and of course, when we are talking about satellite imagery, we are also talking about downlink of data and about the near real-time services. And this could be the way how to make it real and how to make it better for the Copernicus satellites as such. And the two last points I'd like to mention is that we need to find the new cooperation model with the private industry, because a lot of missions are coming to the scene. We are looking on the constellations like ISI and many others, and we need to find the synergies with these new solutions which are coming to us. And the last point I'd like to stress again is the high resolution of data and of the ownership of the key infrastructure of the Copernicus in European hands and in the hands of the European Union as such. Thank you for your attention, and looking forward for the discussion about the future of this wonderful system.
Well, André, thank you so much for this. It's another aspect, or another series of aspects you shone light on, but equally important, of course, for the future of Copernicus. Now, moving on to David Atterson, the Director General at the Ministry of Education and Science of Sweden. David, joining from Sweden, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. Can you hear me?
We can. Can you?
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. David, I'm not the first one to make this joke today, but we're so great in space technology, and we sometimes miserably failing in connecting ourselves. Now, as you can watch at least.
Dear colleagues, can you hear me?
We can, yes, we can hear you. Yes. Go ahead.
Very good.
Please, David.
Colleagues, good afternoon, and thank you very much for the invitation and the possibility to participate in this important conference. As has been said earlier, a very important and timely conference on a timely subject. Of course, I would like to join you all in Toulouse, but I'm happy that it was possible to organize this hybrid meeting. So the Copernicus program is more important than ever, and it is therefore a pleasure today to have the opportunity to say a few words and at least give an indication on what will be important considerations from a Swedish perspective when it comes to Copernicus. Well, as part of the current EU presidency trio, Sweden, of course, wants to contribute to maximizing the use and output from our common investments in Copernicus. And
we very much agree with the 3 priorities for Copernicus from the Food for Thought paper that France produced last year. As has been said, we also believe that Copernicus is and should continue to be a user-driven program. It should therefore have a clear user perspective stemming from evolving user requirements, where of course the Users Forum plays an important role. And in line with getting the best possible return on investment, Sweden has always advocated for the full, free and open data policies of Copernicus, as this will facilitate the development of useful services. For Copernicus, a bottleneck is of course the access to data and products. The one-stop shop with an easy user interface is still a bit away, which is a hinder for reaching new customer groups or attracting more developers of services. One national initiative in this respect, which will hopefully contribute to Europe's capacity and leverage of Copernicus data, is a National Space Data Lab, which is a collaboration between several Swedish institutes and government agencies. This lab will use open source code and artificial intelligence in order to create tools that will facilitate the exploration of space data from Copernicus. The goal is clear: to enable for more users in the EU, in Sweden, and from global partners to benefit from the multitude of space data and contribute to sustainable development. Copernicus services will naturally need to evolve as the major thematic challenges of the future changes and the requirements of tomorrow's users also evolves. Some major thematic areas and challenges, I guess, have already been mentioned, but there are of course health, energy and water, not at least the freshwater side, and hydrology and coastal zone management. Copernicus needs also to make use of the digital transition through the use of massive data processing, cloud computing and AI, as I already mentioned, to be well connected and in synergy with, for instance, the Destination Earth initiative and of the Digital Europe program. And as such, Copernicus contributes to the development towards a data-driven economy and a data-driven society. And as you all know, data is a strategic resource and a new form of capital that provides opportunities, but also involves some challenges regarding how data should be handled. However, the ability to share and use data also requires competent resources for instance, data management. And the large and growing lack of digital skills therefore has consequences for the opportunities to utilize and manage data, and opportunities for data-driven innovation and information security. And the lack of skills is a general problem for all areas that are being digitized. So, dear colleagues, to wrap up, an open data and science policy is generally, of course, of great democratic importance and increases the possibilities to meet societal challenges and to meet and reach the global sustainability goals. The Copernicus program here can play a very important role in creating good conditions for research results to be disseminated on a broad front in the surrounding society, and to promote dialogue and interaction between researchers on one hand and the general public. And in turn, this will contribute to democratization of knowledge and increases resilience to disinformation and knowledge resistance. Digital technologies are also increasing the opportunities for public participation in the research process within, as well, natural sciences, technology, humanities and social sciences, as well as in interdisciplinary research projects. So finally, we very much look forward to working together with our colleagues in the presidency trio, in the other member states, and together with other important stakeholders in order to make Copernicus, to take Copernicus into the future. Thank you very much for your attention.
David, thank you so much. And I think taking Copernicus into the future, this is exactly what we're here to talk about. Now, Matthias Petschke, Director for Space at the Directorate General for Defense Industry and Space, of the European Commission. I understand you not only wanted to comment on what you've just heard from the trio of presidency, but also on the speech of President Macron earlier. Is that correct?
That's correct. Merci beaucoup. Et je voudrais commencer à me remercier.
First of all, I would like to thank the French presidency and Claire Giry for organizing this conference and for putting the spotlight on Copernicus. We are here amongst experts, and of course we know that Copernicus is a system which is a global benchmark, a gold standard. And the goal of a conference which has as its topic Copernicus Horizon 2035 is to prepare the ground so that we can face our tasks, but also so that we can guarantee that Copernicus will still be up to the task, up to the challenge, and up to our ambitions vis-à-vis this Horizon 2035. The French presidency took up this challenge and organized a consultation that many member states have already taken part in. You are collecting ideas, and on behalf of the Commission, I would like to extend our thanks for this initiative and for really putting Copernicus now at the core of this debate. Copernicus is a services program for the states managed by their needs and their requirements and the requirements of urban policy. Ms. Giry, earlier you talked about the users forum. Of course, this is a force that we care very strongly about, and the Commission is working in close cooperation, as you know, with the users. This conference for us is an opportunity to coordinate with the trio of presidencies and to listen to them. First of all, I wanted to echo what our commissioner said this morning. Mr. Breton, in his speech, focused on 3 different topics. He talked about a green planet, of a resilient Europe, and he also focused on the digital space. When you think of a green planet, you think, of course, at the Commission of the main priority that was identified by Ms. von der Leyen's Commission, i.e. the Green Deal. When talking about the Green Deal, of course, Copernicus is at the heart of the Commission's policy. And I think that Copernicus, with everything that it's already doing and that it's going to do in the future, will remain at the heart of this policy priority for the Commissioner. Of course, I'm thinking of future CO2 missions that have been mentioned several times already. I'm thinking of other expansion missions because there are a whole series of them that matter in a series of areas. Here I'm thinking, of course, of the Arctic, and it's also useful to point out that it's not just these initiatives that are upcoming, these expansion missions that are under development, but there are already activities right now, as well as services that are fully operational. And amongst Copernicus's services, there are already now 4 services: ground, marine, climate, and atmosphere, which are operational and active above all, and relevant in the environmental area.
And when I think about the climate change services, I'd like to mention one example. The fact that as we speak, we have a computing platform which is up and running that anybody can use. Then a resilient Europe. Another key expression in the speech that we listened to this morning, Mr. Breton's speech. It's another facet of our Green Deal, but it means much more. What do we think about when we think about a resilient Europe? Well, what we're thinking about is modernization, constant evolution of Copernicus. And for that, we need the top-notch technologies, the best technologies, thanks to which we'll be more responsive, thanks to which we will be able to have more regular visits. This morning, Mr. Breton, the Commissioner, was talking about a brainstorming exercise he'd like to launch so that before the end of the year, we could be discussing a government service with the states, with a secured part in our program. Since I'm talking about modernization, what we want to do is factor in new technologies, such as quantum technology and gravimetry, or quantum gravimetry. So these are necessary developments so that we are always doing the best implementation of technology. And we're thinking as well of programmable systems and satellites. And this to remain what we are today, that is the global leader in the field of Earth observation. The third topic is that of a digital space. Our intention is to make sure that Copernicus becomes a digital infrastructure. And as we speak today, Copernicus is the leader in terms of developing environmental content. And though data are not used enough, and therefore we need to develop a whole spate of instruments that we're currently developing with investments made by the Commission, but also by the Member States. We need massive investments in AI, in high-performance computing, in Destination Earth. Joanna Trek mentioned that earlier on, with all of its facets. And, of course, the development of digital twins, starting with the oceans, as was underscored the other day during the conference held in Brest. Last year, the Commission set up a knowledge center for the observation of the Earth. We also have an agency, JOSPA, in Prague, that's going to liaise with the industrial ecosystem. Our intention also, as was said this morning by Mr. Breton, we want to include the new space dimension in the Copernicus program, so that we have a system that's more agile, so that we gain speed, and so that we work with the world of startups in Europe. In order to do this, and so that this world of European startups gains strength, several weeks ago in Europe we launched a program called Cassini. This is going to be our instrument to accelerate economic development. And I'd like to mention another initiative that's just been launched. It was launched and adopted yesterday as a draft regulation by the EC and mentioned by the President of the Republic, so that we have a connectivity constellation, or constellation of connectivities. Of course, there are synergies that we can identify between this new initiative, this new constellation, and Copernicus. Well, as you can see, what we're looking at is a full-fledged program, and I must say that the work done by the state has gained strategic dimension thanks to, amongst others, France, and we'll have some type of opportunity to discuss this roadmap that we are currently developing, and we'll discuss this with the states. Of course, we'll be organizing dialogue with our partners, European Space Agency, EUMETSAT, and the service operators, so that we can trigger this transformation. There we are. This means that we have to act together, and we are ready. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, and I don't know if you realize that you just managed the enormous feat of ending this session almost on the second that our time is up. Now, I'm a little bit in two minds about the timing. One mind is very frustrated about the shortness of this sessions, because I would, of course, like now that we have brought all these topics to the marketplace, to debate in depth on everything. The other side knows that this is the price to pay to have such a rich and full program today. Nevertheless, I think in order, we won't be able to have a debate because the time is basically over. Still, I think, Claire Géry, there has been so many topics that has been mentioned. I would like to give you a few minutes just to connect the dots, and maybe there were so many inspirations that came. You spoke, for example, about the fleet of smaller satellites. David very much insisted on the open access, and there were so many topics. Maybe you have noted other ones, but if you connect the dots of the inspiration that has been given, and you put it against the background of this overarching theme of the Green Deal that you so heavily insisted on, are there just a few concluding words that come to your mind?
Alors je vais rester finalement en français.
Well, I thought I would speak in English, but I'll speak in French. Well, I think that the Green Deal is a source of inspiration, something that guides us in many of our policies, and Copernicus is a key tool. I don't know which expression was used by Matthias. It's a tool that anticipated the Green Deal, which is the proper tool. And I look at this in different ways. And so that we connect the theme of the French presidency, that is research, innovation, training, but also citizens. That is how important our European actions are for all citizens, mainly in the field of research. I see, well, as you know, I'm not in this field, but I see that Copernicus is a tool for the decision makers, the policy makers, so as to understand what's at stake. We saw that before in one of the inspirational talks, that is the development of science, something that all citizens can comprehend and understand, as well as decision makers, which I think is a very important aspect. And in the longer run, we'll be able to measure the impact of our policies, public policies, and it's also a tool that researchers will be able to use, as well as communities of researchers of all types, so that we gain more knowledge. And as we gain more knowledge, let us hope that we will find new ways and new solutions. And finally, I think what is important is that these should be useful for all citizens.
Yes, and David, in Sweden, thank you so very much. I think there is a lot of content that is to be debated. So the discussion has just started. Well, it doesn't even start right now. It's ongoing, of course, but it was just a call to really, debate all these topics and keep up the good work. And now it is for me to announce the coffee break. See you back at 4:30 sharp. The EU space programme tackles challenges such as climate change, technological and digital innovation, and provides significant socio-economic benefits to European citizens. With EU satellites in orbit providing governments and businesses with reliable data through several services, the EU space programme is at the core of EU policies linked to the economy, the environment, and our safety. The satellites provide information that's useful to improve quality of life, delivering communication services, as well as safer and more sustainable air, sea, and land travel. They also support the development of policies and measures to improve our planet's health and provide valuable information when disasters strike. The EU space programme has 3 pillars: Earth observation, navigation, protection of our space assets, and secure communications. Copernicus observes the Earth and provides terabytes of open data. Galileo and EGNOS are used for navigation and localization, and SST monitors space debris and provides collision avoidance services, while GovSatCom delivers secure governmental communications. Maximising the benefits of space for EU citizens and the economy is one of the key objectives of the EU space programme.
One of the key growth areas to which it provides critical infrastructure is digital innovation. Through the provision of trustworthy and timely data and services to businesses, it boosts economic growth. The EU-owned satellites produce terabytes of valuable data, which are useful to monitor the effects of climate change and our planet's fragile ecosystems. The data delivered can, for instance, help avoid traffic congestion and suggest alternative routes, which results in lower pollution levels. In addition, the EU space programme also fosters a stronger Europe in the world, not only in terms of defence, safety and security, but also in terms of economic growth. By maintaining an autonomous, reliable and cost-effective access to space, Europe empowers an ecosystem that's welcoming for entrepreneurship. Another important objective of the EU space programme is to make it easier for companies, startups, young entrepreneurs and EU citizens to access space data and develop services and applications. This boosts job creation, economic growth and investment in Europe. The EU space programme is a key enabler in providing Europe with a competitive edge for a sustainable future. A future in which Europe is a global actor. A future in which it tackles climate change successfully, pushes the boundaries of science and research, and contributes to improving the health of our planet. A future where millions of people are able to communicate with new technologies.
everyone. It's my great pleasure to welcome you all to this afternoon and to session 5 of our Copernicus Horizon 2035 conference. And we'll start this session with an exchange of views with national representatives to the Copernicus User Forum, outlining the future of Copernicus Horizon 2035 with the member states is a priority of the French presidency of the Council. And in that perspective, the Copernicus User Forum is really central in this reflection. So we'll ask different questions to my speakers, and I'm really happy and honored to welcome today Magali Domergue, French representative to the Copernicus User Forum, Carolina Sá, Portuguese representative to the Copernicus User Forum, Andrea Taramelli, Italian representative to the Copernicus User Forum, and we have live with us, thank you so much gentlemen for making it possible, Dag Anders Mollestad, the Norwegian representative to the Copernicus Committee User Forum, live from Oslo, Norway. Thank you so much for being here. And Dr. Helmut Staudenrausch, the new German representative to the Copernicus User Forum, remote from Germany. Thank you so much for being here. Magali Domergue, I want to start with you and open this session with you. You are the French representative to this forum, and you are going to present the result of a survey conducted late 2021, I think, to the Copernicus users and potential national users. The floor is yours for like a couple minutes.
Thank you, Sophie. Okay. With a few slides, I will present the results of this national survey. It was a quite large survey with a group of questions. We collected more than 130 answers, 42 of which were fully completed. Respondents cited mainly 3 main emerging thematics for the 2035 horizon. First one is a water cycle with issues on quantity, snow and ice, and continental water. Second emerging thematics concerns quality, air quality and water quality, with issues on the origin of atmospheric pollutants and also the origin of greenhouse gases. And last one on risks concerns natural risks and climate risks. One more time, respondents cited water cycle and also risks for local territories. We can sum up expectation of our national users for observations, Copernicus observation at the 2035 horizon by 4 words: continuity, resolution, new observations, and near real time. Of course, our users expect in the future to have a better temporal and spatial resolution, and also, of course, new observations. But the most important thing for them at the beginning is continuity. Cyril Courvoisier explained that very well this morning. Continuity is very important for our users. And the 4th element collected with our users is concerns natural risk and emergency. They expect to have in the future near real-time images. I will finish with a small overview of expectation of new functionalities for the future. Our users expect that in the future Copernicus will develop new tools to make it easier for them to access and to use Copernicus data. For instance, for some issues, for instance, coastal areas, they need to use data coming from several services to do cross-cutting analysis, and they need new tools to make it easier to do such analysis. our users believe also that in the future Copernicus should try to help decision makers to better understand and use in a more easy way, Copernicus data. And last thing concern access to other data through the Copernicus infrastructure. Our users would like to be able to have an access to Earth observation data coming from outside Copernicus, and also reference data, historical data. And they also expect that Copernicus infrastructure should be connected to national platforms and also extra-national platforms. I will finish here. It was just a small sample of the responses we have collected, but it can give few food for thought for the future of Copernicus.
Exactly. Thank you very much, Magali.
Thank you.
Carolina, Portugal, as we know, is looking towards the ocean, different areas for which Copernicus could be very useful. The Atlantic is a big neighbor. To develop the blue economy, there is a very large exclusive marine areas that you have to monitor, and satellites, you said, is actually the only way.
Yeah, thank you for the question. And first of all, thank you for inviting me and to promoting this event. Indeed, the Atlantic is a keyword in the national space strategy because we have responsibilities, we are neighbors, it's a challenge to monitor, but it's also an opportunity. So we want to understand how Copernicus can support also the blue economy. The ocean has an added challenge because it's deep, it's very dynamic. So one of the challenges is how to integrate data, how to profit from Copernicus, but also from the in situ data, from other providers, to indeed have spatial scale and temporal scale that can really provide products that can be useful for those activities. For instance, for aquaculture, maybe we need higher spectral resolution in order to identify harmful algal blooms, maybe. Harmful algal blooms can be very dynamic also, so maybe adding temporal revisit time would be also helpful. So we need to try to understand where Copernicus can help and where we can integrate other stakeholders to provide also that data to support those applications for us.
We'll get back to you with another question, Carolina, but I would like to hear Andrea Taramelli. You're the Italian representative to the Copernicus User Forum. You're one of the pillars of this forum. You have a good organization of feedback and needs of the users. Can you maybe talk a little bit shortly about your team leading? What do you do precisely?
So thanks for the invitation, and really, thanks to French delegation for organizing this. It's amazing. So what we are doing in Italy, we have set up a governance scheme with the user forum, national user forum, that is held 4 times per year. But under the user forum, we have set it up a network of operating working table dedicated to specific thematic area, like coastal area, like agriculture, like infrastructure, like climate services, and so on. This is because we have a focus on a framework directive that has to be implemented at national level. This is really important because in this sense, we have set it up a structure that is actually consulting at least more or less each single month 900 people. So we really are trying to make what we have called the approach of the backpack, going to the final end user, asking what they need, trying to explain what is Copernicus and what Copernicus can bring to them, and then working and training all these different communities, specifying that framework directive and national implementation needs Copernicus to solve some problems. Actually, they know how to solve the problems. They don't exactly know how Copernicus can help them.
So this is the scheme. So it's a very, dense structure with different networks, and we're using also what also the European level has put on the table, like the Copernicus Academy network and the Copernicus Relay network, really trying to get to the really final end user, not just to what we call the intermediate users.
Can you really briefly present the outcomes of the Italian participation to the 2035 survey, just like Magali presented for the French aspect?
What we have ended up is the fact that one of the key aspects that the user wants is the continuity. Of course, there are several technicalities, but the continuity is one of the major issues that were highlighted. And the other two aspects that I really would like to underline is the fact that what is still needed and is the transversal sector, like coastal area. Magali was already underlined that also in France, what is needed is a single access point where you can find data and information about coastal area that comes from emergency services, land services, marine monitoring services. So the users need one single and easy way to get the information, not only the data, but the information. And the other aspect is the fact that from the survey, what is still really needed is working with the member states. So really using the user forum at the national level to work not only on use cases, because use cases were implemented several times, and they were all of a great success. But working with national member states, it's really a value added that must be supported in the Copernicus evolution, with this horizon, of course.
Thank you very much. I would like to hear now Dag Anders Moldestad from Oslo. Thank you for being with us. So remember, Norway is part of Europe and European Economic Area, although not part of the European Union. However, it has a long implication in the Copernicus program, and it shares the member states' vision of Copernicus, is a strong supporter of the program. So Dag Anders, can you tell us what is your vision of Copernicus in 2035 horizon?
Yes, thank you very much, and thank you for the invitation. I would be very happy to be in Toulouse, but now we try it virtually. So I have 4 points that I would like to make with respect to the vision of Copernicus in 2035. And point 1 is keep the faith of the users. Continue a sustainable, user-driven Copernicus Earth observation and environmental program that always have 2 Sentinel-1s, 2 Sentinel-2s, 2 Sentinel-3 satellite constellation continuity in space, and 1 satellite each of these Sentinel-4, 5, and 6. And further, with reliable, easy, and fast access to data and products, a free and open data policy, and sustainable operations. And I guess we will also have higher spatial and temporal resolution for the next generation right now. So first point, keep the faith of the users. Point 2, continue to be a guarantist for trustworthy, true Earth information. Provide essential climate variables. Provide essential biodiversity variables. Provide a neutral overview of global carbon stocktake. Provide marine, atmosphere, climate, land, emergency management, and security services. Provide sustainable development goal parameters, so that we can continue a knowledge and fact-based true Earth observation capability for strengthening global agreements and seeking global solutions on global challenges. So to sum up the second point, be a guarantist for true Earth information. Point 3, follow the dream of the users. Expand Copernicus with 6 new types of Sentinel missions, Sentinel 7 to 12, 4 monitoring climate, 4 securing the Green Deal, 4 securing healthy oceans for healthy people, 4 food security, and 4 the Arctic. And with respect to the Arctic, the Sentinel expansion will be especially important with respect to 3 new missions as put forward and prioritized by the Copernicus Polar Expert Group. And there we have the passive microwave Sentinel SIMA mission for monitoring of sea ice, snow, and sea surface temperature. Remember that what happens in the Arctic does not stay in the Arctic, but have crucial impact on meteorology, climate, and oceanography, and thereby smart decision-making in the rest of Europe,
and the whole world. We need to be on top of this and monitor the developments in the Arctic carefully and continue the passive microwave sea ice monitoring record since 1978, and also improve the next generation of operational meteorology, oceanography, and sea ice and iceberg monitoring. And the Simmer will be the first passive microwave satellite ever to offer high resolution for sea ice monitoring. In addition, we have Sentinel Crystal with a continuation of sea ice thickness. And we have also a very, very exciting ROSE-L that will continue and develop European leadership in satellite-based radar applications through exploitation and integration of L-band SAR. And we have a lot of different types of fields where we will use it. We will develop the ground motion measurements further. We will be able to measure geohazard smarter. We will be able to see movements of infrastructure and so on. We will be able to improve forest monitoring, including rainforest. We will improve snow water equivalent and soil moisture measurements, improving use of hydropower, renewable energy, water cycle and hydrology, and so on, and several other fields with respect to that. And I'm sure that other speakers will talk more about the 3 other satellites also with the CO2 and the thermal infrared and hyperspectral that also are fantastic satellites. So point 3, follow the dream of the users. And then finally, develop or decline. Copernicus Horizon 2035 should be a strategy for continuity of European Earth observation leadership. And therefore, it's crucial with these new sentinels. And Europe needs to develop Copernicus to stay in the lead in Earth observation and state-of-the-art Earth observation-based services by 2035, and integration of artificial intelligence, big data analytics, and Earth observation will be crucial for future smart decisions and smarter society. And there are several speakers earlier that have talked about Destination Earth and Digital Europe. So to finalize my 4th point, be brave. Continue state-of-the-art development of Copernicus for European leadership within Earth observation, also in 2035. Norway looks forward to continue to be an active participant in Copernicus and in European space, digital innovation, research and defense programs, and working towards a bright Copernicus 2035 future. Thank you.
Thank you, Dag. So it is essential to keep the faith of the user and follow their dreams. Thank you very much. I'd like to hear Dr. Helmut Staudenrausch now from Germany, the new representative to the Copernicus User Forum from the beginning of February, so pretty new actually. But you've been involved for many years. It's not new. You're not new to Copernicus, let's say. Can you tell us why you've been so interested and very interested in developing Copernicus usage in your country precisely?
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, dear colleagues. Thanks very much for having me on this panel, and thanks very much to the organizers to putting together this panel. I think it's really important to have the member states user perspective in this discussion. So really great, and I'm thankful for the opportunity to provide you with some insights. For us, Copernicus was and still is, of course, a true game changer in Earth observations. So other than Earth observation systems that we had before in Europe, it has a long-term operational character combined with a new richness and quality of data. And I should not forget to mention an open data policy. And this is exactly the fundamental basis needed by users, especially in public institutions and in business, to make use of Copernicus in everyday tasks. And the use, we all know, is really manifold in environmental and climate services, emergency management, support, and so forth. And it's taken not only in the many sectors, but also on all levels, at national and regional levels, and even now at local and communal level, we see the use of Copernicus emerging. So the data reliability, quality, and usability is really fundamental for users to make the necessary investments for taking up Copernicus data and services into their tasks and businesses. We know users usually need to make some sort of investment to take up new opportunities, even if these new opportunities promise an added value, be it
new possibilities to measure and manage things that was not possible before, or be it enhanced efficiency in doing established things by using more and better data. And users are only able to make these investments if there is a reliable and long-term perspective of the new opportunities. So in view of the enormous potential we see in Copernicus, but also with respect to the large investments we all collectively make to build the Copernicus program, we obviously have a great interest in Germany to support user readiness and to realize this potential as far as possible and to take up the data and products that come from Copernicus. So what we did is we set up a national user uptake program to support this. You could maybe say that it addresses the last mile, while, however, this last mile can sometimes be quite a long one. This program has several elements that have been mentioned already before by the colleagues, I guess, pretty much the same. So it includes funding of pilot services at user institutions. It includes the provision of a national data and processing platform. It includes training and the buildup of a national network that supports exchange and coordination amongst users from all levels in Germany. We also have national user meetings that are very instrumental in adjusting and further developing the user uptake approach. This program now is in existence for several years, and we can see a lot of successful use cases already. So more and more users now integrate Copernicus into their daily tasks or do businesses with it. And many are looking into it and concretely test the use of it, and others just start to discover it. There is still a large potential, and at the same time, new opportunities emerge from new missions and data products. So this support obviously must go on. But clearly, and that's at the bottom line, Copernicus has already become indispensable for many users. A last point, maybe the National User Uptake Program is complemented by our participation in the EU Caroline Herschel Framework Program on Copernicus User Uptake. Through this program, we can really explore actions at national level and at the same time greatly enhance the exchange with other member states, learn lessons from them, and perform cross-border and international activities. So this is in essence a very valuable program, and we think it is important to be continued in some form beyond its current lifetime.
Thank you very much. Time is flying so rapidly. Anyhow, I have so many questions. But Claire Giry just mentioned a couple of minutes ago in last session that to answer climate change issue, we need to have a Copernicus that evaluates and gets better. So my next question to the whole panel is how, according to you, can Copernicus program evaluate and get better? Carolina, what are the current issues that you're facing in Portugal, and how do you think this program, Copernicus, can help you answer those issues?
Thank you for the question. I think we have two levels here that have been mentioned. So the global perspective, and there we have climate change is a global challenge, but then we have local impact and regional impact and national impact that we need to know how to solve and how to use Copernicus to help us solve those problems. In Portugal, for instance, and as maybe all countries in Europe now, at least Southern Europe, we are facing a very dry winter. So we are foreseeing a very tough summer, this for forests, for instance, and we need to prepare ahead. So we need to make sure that the forest is clean so we can avoid fires. And those type of services are very important for us, not to manage the emergency, but to prepare to avoid the emergency. And that may require other type of spatial and temporal resolution that needs to be considered. And another aspect I would like to emphasize also from the colleagues is that the program is user-driven, but it has to be also user-friendly, no? And that last mile is very different across the member states. And I think we really need to make use of the full, free and open. And it's not free, it doesn't make, it doesn't matter if it's free and open if I cannot use it or if I cannot make use of it. So I think that is very important, and at least in our case we need to make a
more efforts on that to make sure that all our national institutions can really make use of Copernicus.
Magali, Andrea, Copernicus is user-driven, user-friendly. Well, is this the issue?
User-driven is a key element of the success of Copernicus, and I think we all participate to this effort, and I think it works well. But as colleagues previously said, we have efforts to make for the future on the last mile to make this program user-friendly. Yes, of course. Experts also need to be able to use in a more easily way data, but also decision makers, because we need to use Copernicus to make more efficient environmental policies. And this last mile must also be done for policymakers. Yeah.
Andrea, how can we help Copernicus to be more relevant?
As I was already underlined before, it's the last mile that is still incomplete. So I'm happy that Helmut has underlined a first tentative that was the framework partnership agreement. That was the first tentative where member states sit all around the table trying to put proposal in that sense. So in order to solve also question worldwide question like climate change, you really have to work with people that are really facing a problem like dry season, drought season, daily. So in this sense, having member state and entrusted entities, I underline that what we are doing in Italy is, finalizing memorandum of understanding with the ECNWF. We did with ESA for, the recovery plan and so on. Because if you really want to have people that are, digesting this giant amount of information, you really have to spend time with these people. You need time to help people to understand the giant amount of data, but not only data, not only Sentinel, information that they can get already from Copernicus. I make a clear example because Carolina said, the dry season, but the dry season have an impact in the national civil protection system because every single year in January, February, national civil protection has to take a preparedness decision in order where to put, Canada, in order to, things for the dry season, maybe where the fire will happen. And this is needed using Copernicus data and other information at regional and local level. If you don't put all this information all together, it will be difficult for the final end user to have, to take decision. This is the be done.
We have a very short time, 5 minutes. I'd like to ask the whole panel one last question. So one last key message from you all. And let's start with Dag Anders Molderstad. Maybe according to you, does Copernicus answer tomorrow's societal challenges, societal needs?
Yes, we have a lot of needs that are covered by the existing Sentinels, and then we will be able to cover a lot of more needs by the new types of Sentinels. Today, for instance, in Norway, we are now monitoring over 3,000 glaciers with Sentinel-2. So this is data that we can then get annually or every second year. We have, in 2019, I believe we registered 175,000 avalanches by exploiting Sentinel-1. We have today 5 billion measurement points that we measured with ground motion and subsidence measurements. And out of these, they are following, for instance, 120 rock slide risk hotspot sites. So they are very urgent, and we integrate data all the time. And for For the oceans, we have been using this for a long time. You know, we have a lot of bad weather, so radar satellites are very good for us with respect, either if it's sea ice monitoring or ship detection or oil spill or a lot of different things. But I think we need to extend the circle of domains where we operate, and we need to go from data to products to services to decisions, and to sort of be able to filter down the essence of all these data that we are getting. I think that's important. Thank you.
Yeah, Dr. Helmut Staudenrausch, what is your vision of Copernicus 2035? Does it meet our societal needs today?
Thanks for the question. I couldn't hear Doug Anders, so I hope I don't duplicate him. But well, to me, Copernicus is a real success story. I think we all share this notion. We have heard it, and it is widely used already, and its use and the need for it are ever increasing as we face major challenges in the context of climate change and our policies to respond to these challenges. But a general fact for the future of Copernicus is, as a successful system, Copernicus needs evolution and revolution. We don't need to change fundamental things of the program. The trust-based, reliable continuity and long-term planning is essential for it, and implementation of the plans that we have already in place. I also think in that context, it is important that Copernicus remains a system driven by civil requirements. Of course, also we need innovation to be introduced as we go into the future. However, it is really important that such innovation of the system is always based on actual user requirements and mature technology as a precondition for being taken on board. And while we will benefit from growing commercial data and service offer, these Sentinel satellites and the public services as a public good backbone of Copernicus will remain essential.
Thank you very much. So we have 2 minutes to conclude. Carolina, Andrea, Magali, Copernicus needs evolution, not revolution. Would you agree with what has just been said, Carolina?
Yeah, I really agree. I think we need to see what we have, how we can integrate data and to provide reliable information. It is addressing societal needs. Maybe we need to think of the coastal areas, for instance. Is addressing climate change, but coastal areas, for instance, are challenging for satellites also, at least in the ocean or in the water component. So maybe how to integrate in situ data better and satellite data and improve coastal monitoring, because coastal areas will be facing large challenges during the climate change. So that would be one point that I could highlight.
Magali?
Yes, we need evolution and not revolution. We need continuity and enhanced continuity, of course. And there are so many data and so many products produced by Copernicus that we have to work in order to help people to use easily and in a successful way this treasure. It's really a treasure.
Andrea, you have the word of the end.
I totally agree. No revolution, evolution, but also think laterally, things different. So which are the societal needs that can be disruptive? If we look to climate change, we have to look to agriculture, impact on that, but also, and it was already done, but it's still remaining a word on the table, cultural heritage. It's something that we can really use, and based on Copernicus, it's time to make it.
And I recognize the Italian precise timing here. Precise timing. Thank you so much, Andrea. Thank you very much to all the speakers for their brilliant presentation. Thank you, Dag Anders Moldestad, and thank you, Dr. Helmut Staudenrausch, for being with us live today. It was a pleasure. Thank you very much. And back to Olaf for the next session.
And welcome back. Here we go again. Now, when we think about the future of Copernicus, we need, of course, have a clear idea on a host of recent developments. New space, digital, industrial trends are just a perfect illustration of all these trends happening. And I think we've brought together an amazing panel in that it spans the whole area of official representatives, private sector, and academia. So let me very quickly walk you through the participants in alphabetical order, starting with François Alter, Deputy for Industries and Ecosystems at the French Space Agency, CNES. A very warm welcome, François. We have Olivier Lemaitre, who is connected, I think, from Brussels, the Secretary General of Eurospace, the trade association of the European space industry. We have Maxime Puteaux, the principal advisor at Euroconsult, consulting and marketing intelligence firm, specialized in the space sector. So very appropriate here. We have Tony Tolka-Nielsen, the head of Earth Observation Projects Department at ESA, the European Space Agency. And last, but certainly not least, we have Davis Tuya, who is an associate professor of, I'm always saying this wrong, environmental computational science and Earth observation at the laboratory of the Swiss Federal Institute of Technology in Lausanne. You're connected from Lausanne, aren't you?
I am. Hello.
Hi, welcome. Now, we have again 5 speakers. We have again broadly half a minute. So let's really try to make this interactive. And for this to be interactive, I really need everybody to just keep one thing in mind. Be concise when you're speaking, which doesn't mean at all that you gloss over details. It just means, like, have a clear thought, go for it. And so, 5 speakers, that doesn't even count me, and I'm speaking a lot, so I try to speak a little less. Now, I might cut you occasionally, but and we even try at the end to take questions from the audience, if ever, like in my dreams, this comes true. So, audience, have your questions ready on Slido. Let's see. Now, when I started preparing this round table on technological issues, digital, new space, industrial, I thought, okay, this will be all about the hardware, about the stuff that's being built, about the stuff that's being coded. But in my prior conversations with all of you, well, with some of you at least, I realized how much this is also about the economics underpinning the space sector. And in many conversations, we ended up speaking about procurement rules, actually. So we will come to procurement rules in this conversation. But I still would like to kick off with a bit of technology. And Davis, maybe you, for starters, you are, well, I think a perfect example of a user of Copernicus data. You spoke when we had a phone call earlier, well, a Zoom meeting, to be honest. You spoke about AI for environment, but also about the digital twin of the Earth. Could you just get us up to speed with, like, what you're busy with, current developments related, of course, to Copernicus, Davis?
Thank you very much, Olaf, and thank you for having me, even though I am far away. Yes, so we are heavy users of Copernicus data, and honestly, for us, this type of programs have been very transformative for the research that we do. And I think I can speak for our research, but also of the one of many colleagues in climate, the atmosphere, or in marine pollution or animal conservation. Really a number of areas where people are active using Copernicus data. But as you correctly mentioned, I mean, I think the thing that is really becoming more and more important to us is to build this digital twin of Earth that will allow us to basically having a set of unified technologies to extract information from all this set of diverse data. And this is made through questions of building the right AI and also to building the right access to information. And I might come back to that later, so I keep it short.
Thank you so much. Let's keep that in mind as much as we are able, because it's massive amounts of data, of course. Speaking about these massive amounts of data, Tony, you in our prior conversation insisted on the necessity of the continuity of data and the continuity of services. Could you pick up the ball from Davis and connect the dots? How important is this continuity?
We heard it during all the day that we need continuity, and we can add enhanced continuity. That is absolutely necessary. Services are being built up on these, and new applications are being developed. And that is one reason for continuity. The other one is that what we are observing is changes over decades. So we need data sets over decades. Continuity is fundamental for what we are trying to do in Copernicus.
When thinking about these massive amounts of data, what is needed to ensure this continuity?
We need satellites that provides these data, and we are talking about calibrated data, so we need continuity in the missions. So we are now flying Sentinel-1, 2, and 3, and 5P and 6, and we are preparing 4 and 5, which actually is going right into the 40s. Sentinel-4 and 5. So already built in this first generation is continuity. And we are preparing the expansion missions, which are 6 new missions. It's not the next generation of Copernicus. It is really an expansion of the system. And we are looking at the next generation now. So we are preparing Sentinel-1 next generation and Sentinel-3 Turbo next generation, which will fly in the beginning of the 30s. So when we look at Horizon 2035 for Copernicus, I know already some of it.
Well, which is great, but which you might not know that exactly is where we had several discussions already this morning, and also the president alluded to it. The new space, where does new space come in there?
New space is a complement. There is a perception that new space is in competition with, I will not call it old space, but the public infrastructure that we are putting in place. And this is not the case at all. It is really complementary. I will take a number of examples. We are talking about data buy. The Copernicus services needs a certain number of data, for example, for land use, mapping, high resolution data, 2 meter. It is something that is not provided from the Copernicus satellites today. And so we go out and buy this on the market. Today, 90% of these data are coming from the US, from China, from Korea. There we want to foster, and that is the element we have. We have a budget in the Copernicus contributing missions where we want to foster new space, and we will be an anchor customer. We will tell people, if you can provide these data in the future at this quality, we are ready to commit today, we will buy. And so this is for me one complement to Copernicus. Another complement is that many of these, I will say all of these private initiatives really are complementary and depend on Copernicus. Let's take the example of the constellation of greenhouse gas SATs. It's a Canadian constellation. It can measure methane emissions with very high resolution. So you can actually identify point sources. But it has a very narrow field of view, and it needs absolutely Sentinel-5P to look where is the emission
and then it used that information to go and look exactly there. Without that information from Sentinel-5P, it would not work at all. Take Planet, it has the same spectral bands as our Sentinel satellites, but it uses the Sentinel satellites first to calibrate their own data, but also to fuse their data with Copernicus data. So what they sell is really a fusion of the Planet data and the Copernicus data. Again, fully complementary. When I speak to Planet, they say, please understand that we depend on you. That's their message. So for me, that is new space. It's what we do not have and that we have to buy, and how they make their business and establish their private business based on what they have, plus what Copernicus can give them. And that's commercial space, new space.
Well, speaking about new space, Olivier, when we spoke earlier, you highlighted how much new space is a new way of doing things, but that doesn't necessarily mean new companies. It can, but it doesn't have to. Now, could you just develop on that?
Yeah, sure. Absolutely. Hello. It's becoming now quite a tradition, unfortunately, that I say a few words about new space, and that I repeat that new space is, in our point of view at least, a new share of the risk, the investment between the private and the public sector. And therefore, it is also about innovative procurement approaches. And this evolution can benefit all actors, whether they are big or small, old and new. So, in our point of view, there is no new space industry. There are only new ways to do space. And there seems to have this confusion all the time, all the more, actually, I would say, with the recent communication from the Commission that now tries to define new space as a kind of a subsector of the space industry, and this is either useless or, in my point of view, quite detrimental. And voilà, that's what I want to say about new space.
Thank you very much. Now, until now, we have talked mostly about what's up there, but François, you very much insisted on the fact that can you call it the sense making of all the data that is produced up there, or the data crunching happens on the ground, actually, and that much more attention needs to be paid to that. Could you expand on that a little bit? Okay.
Well, in fact, you all know that space is undergoing a deep-seated transformation, and this transformation is above all due to user needs. What do users want? They want continuity and so on, but they more and more want big data, and more they want big data that is in real time, so with less latency for data acquisition. Beyond that, when you want to solve this problem very quickly, you start thinking about satellite constellations. This is largely the solution to this type of issue. The second issue is indeed that users want to be able to use this data and turn it into something else, mix it use it with other data on a massive scale. And so the solution is also cloud computing. So at the end of the day, when you hear that, you think, well, the future is fairly simple. So it's a fusion of the two, convergence between cloud computing and space. And there you're seeing that this issue is taken very seriously in the US, with all the GAFAMs that are investing massively in this type of technology, and also the Chinese with BATX that have this same types of systems, ground stations as a service or space as a service, which is fusing cloud computing with space whilst using, in particular, virtualization technologies for ground segments. So this, to me, seems to be absolutely crucial for the future of space, in particular when thinking about Copernicus and you're imagining the next steps for 2035 and beyond. This, I think, is going to be a major challenge.
This was very much about the, well, not only, but the one part of it was the capacity of the GAFAM, of course, and the Chinese counterparts to do the data crunching. But Davis, you alerted me to the fact that huge chunks of data produced by Copernicus are actually never opened. So a double question on that. Is that a problem as such? And the second thing, if so, what's to be done about it? I don't think it's a problem as such, but we need to be smart about the way we acquire and the way we make data accessible for end users. So being smart on the way we acquire data can be done by, processing on board, detecting clouds, acquiring when necessary. There is a lot of advances there. But I mean, I would like to spend a second on the fact of making the data accessible, because in my opinion, that the data existed and are there downloaded is not enough. So for me, the value of the data is the moment this data have been taken, opened, and used. So yeah, I think there is a lot of work to be done in the future to be able to search through these libraries, and most importantly, to be able to access the right information. And this must be personalized by the need of any end user, which will actually imply complete new ways of actually searching and accessing the information of the Copernicus archives. Davis, thank you so much. Maxime, before I come to you, do you want to say something reacting directly to that? Please do.
Yeah, I fully agree. And when we talk about Copernicus Horizon 2035, we tend to look at what satellites will there be there. But it's really not there. We should look for the evolution. We should look for the evolution on ground. We should look to implementation of digital twins. We should look to what we call green transition information factories, etc. That's where the big, and we should look to developing a fully underdeveloped commercial downstream sector, which that should be the Horizon 2035 for me. Not to look too much what will be in orbit. That will be driven by the ground, so we need to develop the ground. That's my point of view, and I'm responsible for the.
I was just saying this is coming from the man who is responsible for, if I may, the stuff up there. Still, I wanted to, just before I take you in, jump back quickly again to span from this research aspect very much to the private sector. Olivier, the data crunching is often done by private companies, which leads us, or which led us at least in our conversation, to procurement rules. And you said you would appreciate new procurement rules. Could you expand on that a bit?
Absolutely. First, let me start by a small comment regarding the digitalization of Copernicus. I mean, and it's the same topic actually. We heard this morning Commissioner Breton stating that he intends to make Copernicus a kind of a digital system before being a spatial system, before being a space system. And we agree. You have high data rate transmission, high performance computing, onboard processing, artificial intelligence. All of this is necessary to support what we call the digital twin. But I'd like to insist on it. Europe has still huge progresses to make when it comes to its strategic autonomy in digitalization. And I don't think it's a secret to anyone that, for instance, the ongoing reflection about sovereign European clouds are today the subject of heated discussion and of intense pressure from non-European actors. And this also must be addressed. And this leads me indeed to the issue of procurement. Very clearly, today it's one evolution that can be envisaged regarding Copernicus, and it comes to the institutional funding, and increasing the stability of the institutional funding would certainly help avoiding the today very complex and costly procurement schemes that are leading to unnecessary milestones. But indeed, if the intention of the decision maker is to increase the contribution of private actors, that new kind of procurement related, for instance, to anchor tenancy might be developed. That being said, that they can only be envisaged if there is a secondary market that is accessible. Otherwise, you will not make any additional money on secondary markets. So you need to have an existing market, and it remains today to be demonstrated that apart from the segment of high resolution, high revisit, users would be ready to pay for a space infrastructure, for instance, in environmental monitoring. And this is for me one of the key assets of Copernicus. For all those users that are scientists or public services that would not be ready to pay for the infrastructure for obvious reason, then Copernicus is key. But then again, procurement schemes can be adapted all the more when we suspect there is an accessible secondary market.
Olivier, your connection, well, we can perfectly see you, but the sound connection is degrading over time when you're speaking. So at the end, it started to be a bit difficult, but I think we got the gist of it. And I would like to come back to like the procurement rules. And Maxime, we had a conversation also about procurement rules, and I think you mentioned something which would equal to a sort of Copernican revolution in procurement rules, which is accept failure, which would totally change public procurement rules, actually. Could you expand on that? Sure. First of all, I share the view that any Earth observation system requirement is driven by the need of its end user, but sometimes the end user don't know what they will need in the future. So here comes new space, which can come with different flavors of it, and also what we want to do and achieve with new space. So we can make it cheaper sometime with new space. We may be looking to make it faster, but it comes with a price which is sometimes breaking things, make it fail. It happens as any venture, and in a context of Copernicus, as the continuity of service was very much emphasized by most of the panelists. Putting a lot of new space in Copernicus need to be handled with caution, as we also need to come to accept the risk which may come with this. How to convince people of this option? How to make a case, a public case for procurement rules that accept failure? So Copernicus is a public good. It's provided for free by the EU, funded by member states, but it's also paid by the taxpayer money. So somehow we need to demonstrate, I think, the return on investment. It was mainly explained in the previous discussion about the benefits. But if we want to put more new space, we need to emphasize the benefits of new space. So again, maybe because it's faster, or maybe because it adds more diversity in the sensors on the top of the existing sensor, which are about to be launched, maybe a better resolution, higher revisits. That's, I think, and also the type of services that could be derived from this. I think that's where the answer lies. Maxime, thank you so much. Tony, you wanted to react to that? I think you need to grab the microphone.
Okay. Yes. We are constantly talking about new space, and I understand something, you understand something, everybody understands something different. So that's interesting. When you say failure, we are. Can that be a business case failure, for example, or are we talking about the reliability of the satellites? If we talk about the reliability of satellites, ESA is procuring a new space constellation. The example is the Arctic Weather Satellite System, where we actually procure a constellation, or we intend to procure a constellation according to degraded quality. No, shall I not say degraded? I should say different. We do not apply ECSS to the Arctic Weather constellation. It is built on
new space standards. So this is a public procurement. We can do that because the reliability is not within one satellite. It's within the constellation. If one fails, so be it. We can send a new one, and it will not be a total failure. The constellation will still work. We are also procuring services in our Scout satellites. We are really not procuring a satellite and scientific data or a satellite and a launch service. We are procuring the scientific data. So we can do it without any problem. So I don't think we should really distinguish, and I fully agree with it. I think it was Olivier who said new space is that absolutely have to be a startup with some innovative small satellites. I think new space is everywhere, and even ESA is new space, if I may. If I may, I like that. Yes, François, you wanted to react to that?
Oui, en fait.
Well, certainly. Now, to pick on the first question and answer the first question, which was how can we manage risks if you're a small company or with small companies that maybe after 2 years will disappear, or perhaps with innovative and cheap concepts with a lower level of quality on purpose? Well, the answer to the question is rather simple. I'd say a form of diversity and competitiveness with different systems procured at the same moment. And that's quite different from the classic view, saying, I've one single system that functions well. Now, in this case, we could say that if it's a lot cheaper, and if possibly we can orbit new satellites if there's a need, then if we think about a system that would be iterative, you see, this is what really is at stake with new space, is our ability to be able to quickly have these iterative loops, so that if you have a failure, then with time, the failure will change into success after 3 different cycles. That'll be iterative, that lasts several months, not several years and decades.
Quick learning curve that, yes, failure, but of course, in order to advance. Maxime, I had the feeling you wanted to react to, because 2 people have reacted to
I'm very much aligned with the opinion which are shared that there is already a bit of new space in the procurement scheme that either at the European Commission, and I very much share François' opinion about competition, which lies with the reliability problem that we need to solve.
François, also, you alerted me to the fact that there are more Copernicus data users in the US than in the European Union. Is that somehow putting the open data policy into question?
Il est clair que bon, les statistiques sont assez claires.
Well, the statistics are quite clear. That is, Copernicus data are massively being used for government reasons, the policies developed by some countries that are not European, and that means the US and China. And some constellations or non-European constellations are being used as well, and these constellations need Copernicus data. So we could ask ourselves the question, well, we've had a number of discussions on that. And I think that these discussions are not yet finished or totally clear. Anyway, there's something that's important, which is Copernicus is to be used by the scientists as well, which means that in a world where scientists need these essential data, and that's something very important, we have to make sure that the scientific community has access to data for their research. So we have to find the right balance, but this is what we'll do soon. That'll be for Copernicus 2035 and perhaps even earlier than that.
Of a certain number of topics here, and yes, we did come to the economics underpinning these space missions, but of course that was just, I think we just juggled a few balls on the different topics here. Well, time is running, as in every one of these discussions. We have barely 4 minutes, 3 minutes and a half. So I would also like to conclude with a very quick round of like the one thing that is important to you, which you still wanted to say, perhaps, which we hadn't have the time to cover. And I would like to start with Olivier.
Thank you. Yes, there are many things, but I will. Yeah, very quickly. So what I would like really to emphasize today is that the Sentinels, so the Copernicus mission, because of their quality and thanks to the innovation that they already contain, they are representing references. And therefore they allow for the calibration of third-party mission, offering high performance that in turn allow to keep a technological and scientific lead in Europe. So it is because we have such a quality in Copernicus mission that actually we can imagine having or involving new actors and new missions. So we have to keep this quality and continuity.
Olivier, thank you so much. This time your sound connection was perfect. Tony. Okay, perfect. Davis.
Yeah, my key message will be support information extraction from EO data, and that the access to this information is open access and not only the data. So let's support actions that are towards searching information that will make data accessible to anyone, for example, through using natural language. So let people ask questions rather than ask experts to build algorithms for them.
Davis, thank you so much, and thank you everybody for the brevity also. François.
Well, my key message is cloud and space convergence. That's for sure. And I'm convinced that in this case we need to move forward collectively. And in Europe, this is perhaps one of our weaknesses for the future of the space industry.
A service delivered to an end user. So that's what we need to keep in mind, in my opinion.
Perfect. Thank you so much. Tony.
So, yes. I got my thoughts together. First of all, we need the continuity and probably some enhanced continuity. So that is what we have the visibility on that. It is the expansion missions that we have to start to launch in 25 and launch the last one of the first of the 6 in 28, and then we will, so there we already have some visibility. They will be in orbit and operational in 2035, and we will start launch the next generation in the beginning of the 30s. That's fine, but then we really have to expand, and that's not something that I think should be Copernicus, but it should be the response to, we have some accelerators which has been discussed in another room here today, which is Space for a Green Future. It's Rapid Resilient Crisis Response. And there we probably need more satellites. We need more sensors with intelligence on board, probably artificial intelligence. I prefer to call it edge computing, so computing right at the sensor, and combine that with other data in cloud computing. I fully agree with that vision, and that is something that shall be developed commercial, because these constellations will be high resolution, high revisit time, probably not a very high, wide field of view, and this should be commercial undertaking. I refuse to call it new space. It can be whatever it will be, but we really have the intention in ESA to foster commercialization of space, and that is all these things that can complement Copernicus, which is high quality, high calibrated, long-term missions on which downstream sector can build up business cases and the services can build up applications, and we have these long-term services that society depends on. So that's my vision for 2035.
2035, Horizon 2035, and we have to conclude it here. So thank you very much to all the participants. I think, as I already said, we only scratched the surface, and there's much to be debated. So I really hope that you continue this fruitful conversation off stage. Equally, you are connected, and if you're not, please do so and keep up the good work. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Olaf.
And here we are, almost at the end of this very densely packed days with very fruitful speeches, discussions, and I think many people, my voice is already going, many people managed to connect over the few past hours, which is also always important. So let me just, for a few concluding words, introduce Isabel Beneze, Interministerial Copernicus Coordinator for the Ministry of Research, Innovation and Higher Education. I hope I say it correctly now in France. Isabel, for a few concluding words, the floor is yours.
Merci, Olaf.
Thank you, Olaf. I won't be long, and I'll try and sum up, perhaps, what we've planned, and perhaps go through the reactions of the member states. We did that during Q4 2021, and we have derived from that a number of conclusions, and I'll try and summarize all of that. Of course, we've not covered everything, but some major aspects. What's Copernicus? Well, that's something that we share. And it's a good thing that we have something to share. Well, Copernicus is a service for the monitoring of the environment and safety. It's civil and it's user-driven. This is the first level. And then services and data based on solid scientific foundations. That's also a very important message to convey. That's something we've repeated over the day. And then we have a data policy that's open and free. Governance is proven. It is known, it is complex, but it functions. And it has led us to attaining a number of good results with a high level of expertise. And Copernicus can adjust. And with time, we've seen that we can cover new themes depending on the challenges ahead. So this is also something very positive about Copernicus, the fact that it evolves with time. Now, what are we going to do tomorrow with Copernicus? We've heard several times that what is important is continuity. An enhanced continuity is something essential for everybody. Private and public partners, researchers, and also users wherever they are, at the ministry or elsewhere. It's for everybody. That's something very important. And what we've also improved is our range of services and data. So we'll have to include new data sets and new services and factor in technological developments and the evolution in the field of knowledge. That's something very important. What about 2035? What do we need to do? Well, we'll have to address the main trends and respond in the field of political priorities set by the EU. There are environmental challenges, but also technological development. Commissioner Breton mentioned that this morning. And also, we have to improve our impact or outreach, that is, respond better to social and societal challenges. There are three pillars, as we said this morning, the three pillars that we have to take into account: the Green Deal, the digital transition, and resilience and security. This is something that we've mentioned very often today, and something else that the member states want, which is to focus on resilience and security. There are some recommendations. These are draft recommendations, which are, we want to build on Copernicus's success. That is, we'll have to improve our responsiveness and meet the needs of users in a very tangible way, in a very concrete way. That's something we've said before. That's true. Users are all different, but we at the ministry work with the end users, and we know that the end users need something very practical that meets their needs immediately. To do this, we'll be using the Copernicus User Forum, which is a very important tool for Copernicus. It's one of the pillars of Copernicus. So we'll have to use this forum because it's very important for us, so as to introduce new data and information. And then, as was said earlier on as well, we want to roll out our plans. We've worked with ESA and the Commission for the evolution of services, the Sentinels for the next generations, and the expansion missions. That's the first thing to do, is to roll out our plans. And then the first priority will be climate and environment. There's no surprise about this, of course. There are priorities in the field of climate change and also the Green Deal. This is key to the Copernicus program. Copernicus should talk about its benefits in the field of a Green Deal and also the interfaces with digital, with what we've called before Destination Earth. And then the digital transition and new space. We can do a lot of things in the field of digital transition and new space. We still fund research for the future development of new services, but also for data processing. We want to have more reliable and quality data. That means calibration, but also merging data. These are also things that have been required, plus sustainability of space infrastructure. This is what the colleague from the Czech Republic mentioned, and also to include new space in Copernicus. We'll have to see what we can do about this. We'll have to find the best ways and means so as to introduce new space in a relevant manner. That is, providing a new source of information as a complement to what we already have within the framework of Copernicus. And then, of course, when the users talk about their dreams, we'll have to define third-gen Sentinels for 2035. And then there's user uptake. That's another thing that we've mentioned several times today. That really is a strong request on the user side. As we said earlier on, we need to have a better take-up, and that means that what we're waiting for, and that's our first priority, is to define the strategy so that we have a better user uptake. Then we'll have to provide support to domestic initiatives Our German colleague talked about this. Maybe not the FP Cup, but at least what's going to replace it for the next step. And then finally, we need to be able to distribute data in a very efficient way, what we call an efficient DIAS, if you know the word. And then we'll be working on resilience and security.
So to wrap up, I'd like to talk about the next steps. We're going to bring together everything that has been said today and will be said tomorrow in the presentations, but also in Slido. If you make any suggestions in Slido, we'll take them up. There will be a document that will be put together and it will bring together all of the ideas that have been voiced today and will be voiced tomorrow, and they'll be put into the Copernicus 2035 project. Thank you.
This brilliant wrap-up, and as you said, we have a second day tomorrow, so we'll see you all at 9:15 sharp in the morning, and tomorrow will be dedicated to the user uptake, as you said. So Olaf, you rest your voice, no swimming in the Garonne or the Canal du Midi. I'll see you at 9. Thank you very much for your attention. Thank you for connecting. I think there were roughly 900 or 1,000 people connected this morning, so it was great. It was a pleasure hosting this event with you, Olaf. Have a great evening, everyone, and we'll see you in the morning. Bye-bye.